So I
Yeah,
haven't been playing a ton of League, so I'm just more excited to see how this meta has been folding out.
absolutely, absolutely. I have been. Oh,
Oh, it's all
all
good.
right. My bad. This is Danielson524. I'm the cool guy caster, and here is one of my good friends. He's unfortunately not going to be the cool guy caster for this event, but why don't you introduce yourself?
We can't both be, but I'm Bump. Thanks
Yep.
for introducing me, Danielson. We are in, I don't know if you heard, we are here for Rampage Open Semifinals. Once together, 5 apes together strong
Yep.
versus Rock Solid. We'll be moving into Champion Select in just a second. Just getting
Pretty.
my pro draft pulled up.
Yeah, it should be pretty exciting. We do have a champion select coming up here right up in a second, and like I talked about, let's talk a little bit about the meta at the moment. Some of the best champions of the game have been pretty good for a while. I know Wukong and Zac have both been very, very good, both in the top lane and the jungle. Can get play both in those positions. I noticed also Soraka has been a very, very good under the radar sort of champion for this meta. She can get played in the top lane, provide a valid value there. She can get played as a support position as well, as she is standard. I also think another really undervalued pick right now is W Max Warwick. Not a lot of people know to Max W, and there's definitely way more power in that kind of a build. But it looks like we're going to be going to champ select here in just a moment. Yeah, we are in champion select, and we're seeing a few bans come out right here. We see Fizz and Shen, of course, getting banned out from Team Apes Together Strong. They have some pretty good picks right there. Meanwhile, Rock Solid is going to have to deal with the Callista, Echo, and Veigar bans. We do have a lot of Veigar games right there in Rock Solid. He plays mainly Ryze and Syndra as well, and I would honestly anticipate him having Rise picked in probably this first rotation. He's pretty good on that Rise. I'm looking at scoping this guy a little bit.
Hey, but I'm having pro draft issues, so I'll be in just a moment. So sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. Other than that, we are still in this. We did see Alawi getting picked, and Soraka also going to be picked up. Probably going to be of a lot of value in that sort of pick, and I wonder if we're going to see any sort of a hyper carry AD, someone who can really depend on that Soraka to keep them alive throughout the lane. Really just depend on that sort of thing. But it's going to be Renekton in the top lane. With that, he does play a lot of Shen. Unfortunately, it was banned out from him. Meanwhile, Renekton is going to be one of the better top lane picks at the moment. He can provide a lot of pressure, and with how important the early game is right now, he can definitely provide so much value for his team. It's absolutely insane. But we are going to be fielding the last pick here, and it's going to be the Cassiopeia. Sean's Beard is a Cassiopeia main, so I do anticipate him being very, very useful on this pick. However, Halos does have a few games on Syndra. Now, it's no Rise for him, but Syndra, pretty good champion right now, you know? She has a lot of poke. She provides a lot of use for her team with that, like, 5 seconds cooldown on a Scatter of the Weak. Get a lot of ult down there first, get a lot of balls in the field, and just shoot that forward. Stun everyone on their team. That could be a lot of value in that pick. But to deal with that Renekton, it is going to be the Ornn in the top lane. Probably one of the best tanks in the game at the moment. Ornn just provides so much use for his team. He has a very good lane, and he scales incredibly well with all those bonus items you can get for your team. Not to mention the engage you can get off of that Ornn ultimate. Really, really great stuff.
Yeah, he is a ridiculous tank, and not to mention once we get to level 14, level 13-ish, where he's starting to give out those free items to his teammates, provides a ton of gold utility.
Absolutely, absolutely. We are in the second ban phase right here. We're seeing a few comfort picks banned out. Caitlyn, also probably one of the better ADCs in the game at the moment. Maybe not top 3, but definitely top 5. She can be kind of difficult to play into if you're playing a low range AD carry. But either way, it is going to be Swain banned out as well. Probably one of the better engaged supports at the moment. If you're dealing with an AD carry that doesn't have any kind of dash like a Lucian, Ezreal, or Vayne, it can be incredibly difficult to deal with that pull and all the damage follow-up that comes along with it. For a team the Apes strong together, looks like we still have to pick both bot lane characters, while Rock Solid is going to have to pick up their top lane, their jungle and their ADC. Definitely some very impactful picks for this. We are seeing a lot of AD carries banned out this series, particularly on the side of Apes strong together. That's 3 80 carry bans, 4 if you count the Vagar bot, which I have seen a little bit in the solo queue. But it looks like it's going to be Ezreal picked up. Probably one of the better picks right here. Not entirely sure if it warrants the Soraka. I would definitely like to see something a little bit more power to it, a little bit more late game scaling. But hey, Ezreal with the Triforce, with that Man Immune, people are just now realizing how strong that Man Immune can be. Definitely going to be providing a lot of damage for his tank. And they may not need that much more power there in the late game, considering they do have the Syndra and the Ornn. But he is probably going to be pretty good in dealing with that Galio, which is 100% going to be in the support position for their on Toasted Krantz. Probably going to be either a Jinx or a Sivir on that ADC, if I had to guess. I would personally choose Sivir, but this guy is a Jinx main. He doesn't have too much to deal with there. It is going to be the Sivir pick there for him. Really, really good pick right there. 4 Apes strong together. Definitely have a very good team comp going to these mid and late game fights. Not to mention the amount of power they're going to have from those early Zac ganks and that push from the top lane from the Renekton. I think this is a pretty strong comp right now.
Yeah, and Sivir did just get a little bit of love, a little 30 extra mana restore on her E spell shield at level 1. 10 at level 5, but that's not really the first ability you max. I think it's the 1 point wonder, depending on how you play Soraka. I mean, on Sivir rather. But
Absolutely. Yeah,
so
that
30 extra mana at level 1's a huge buff.
Absolutely. That'd be like, she does have a lot of mana cost on her, and she's still going to be rushing Essence Reaver because of that, but it's just going to mean all those more Qs you can throw out at the enemy. And hopefully she can get out enough to bite through that healing from the Soraka that she's going to have. Soraka is kind of weak to engages, meaning the Galio might be a good pick into her if they're able to coordinate that well enough, but otherwise, I think this is a pretty solid bot lane on both times. I don't anticipate Ezreal being able to do too much to counteract the Sivir shove, so it's going to be on that Graves to show in the bot lane and try to get something going on top of that Sivir and Galio. Yeah, but either way, we are going to be going into the draft here in a second. But either way, we waiting on an invite right now. A little bit of technical difficulties behind the scenes. But other than that, I'm really excited for this game. How do you think this one's going to play out?
I'm really excited to see if we can... I think it really depends on if this Graves can get going. Graves is one of those hyper-scaling junglers, but Zac provides a lot more team benefit if this Graves can't get moving. The Ornn versus Renekton is going to be a really interesting matchup in the top lane, but I think this Galio is going to provide a ton of response with his ultimate also. So I'm not really sure. I think I'm going to give game 1 to ATS just based on champion select, but I think it will really come down to execution.
Absolutely, absolutely. I do think that the Apes will be strong together. We talked so much about how great their engage is, how great their protection for their late game AD carry, and the Cassiopeia, honestly, you know, with the Galio ultimate now returning to giving a shield on whoever he casts it will. It's and I will say the magic damage on that shield is definitely going to be very, very useful against someone like the Syndra, who can be extremely good at just bursting down even someone as tanky as a Renekton. If I had to guess, it'd probably be a Luden's Echo into that Leandri's second item there for the Syndra, if she's not going to go for something safer like Azonia. It's definitely going to be that. Other than that, though, I'm, again, really, really excited for this game. I believe Apes Strong Together is 8-1 in this series, while Rock Solid is 7-2. However, this is the semifinals, so this game is going to be very, very important for both teams. I believe it's going to be moving them on to the finals. Is this the round robin? Do you know how that works?
Give me just a second. I think it's posted single round robin, 4 teams qualify per group for playoffs, 8 teams for quarterfinals. So yeah, I believe this will take them into the finals.
Ooh, that would definitely be very exciting. Getting to the finals here in the Rampage Open, you know, a lot of teams, you know, we got the Dominate Open, sure, that's nice and all, but when it comes to really just nose to the grindstone, some very impactful, some big brain gameplay, I would definitely say Rampage Open going to be number 1. We are in the draft right here, just going through our picks. I don't think we have any major picks that should be too much of a worry. I mean, I have seen an occasional Graves or Soraka top, but I doubt it would be the Orange Jungle or support, you know, down around. Both these teams, we got some pretty standard picks. I don't anticipate like a Cassiopeia support Galio mid, although I'm sure that wouldn't be unheard of in like some of the spiciest of settings. But looking at both these guys' OPGGs, we should have some pretty standard picks and some pretty good comps from both these teams, honestly. Again, I will say I have to give the scaling advantage to Apes strong together, but on the side of Rock Solid, it's definitely going to be dependent on what this Graves is able to accomplish for himself in the jungle this game. Like we said, he does have a very, very strong early jungle with that knockback on the camps. He's definitely going to be able to get some strong invades together on that Zac. Whether or not he can get priority in his like mid lane, top lane, to get those early invades and maybe get like an early sort of gank on Renekton. Renekton, he has to have a very, very strong lane, but he can still be very vulnerable to those early ganks, especially with the knock-up and follow-up that Warren can provide on that. But either way, this is looking like a very, very exciting series, and I am definitely going to be excited to be here and casting it.
Yeah, definitely excited for this also. I think we will go ahead and take a little bit of a break as we finish up Champion Select and get ready to move into that spectator delay. So we'll be back in about 5 minutes, so don't go anywhere.
All right, stick around.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back here for game one, and we have some interesting rune selections.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. We got some pretty spicy stuff right here. I was just telling my co-caster here, my boy, that I am not liking the press the attack here on the Renekton. If you don't know already, press the attack gives you a lot of bonus damage when you auto attack someone 3 times in lane. So Renekton with this W can proc it very, very easily and get a lot of good short trades. However, being against someone like the Ornn, you're definitely going to want to extend a trade as long as possible because of how good Ornn short trades are, especially with this Grasp of the Undying. So definitely going Conqueror in that scenario would yield a lot better results on the Renekton, in my opinion. I mean, I'm not a professional or anything.
Yeah,
And another thing. Sorry if I cut you off there, but
oh no, you're fine.
Graves, my man went Fleet Footwork instead of what's the good one that every Graves goes these days?
I typically see Fleet on Graves, so
Oh, really? No, Syndra has it. What's it called? What's that word called? Help me on this, man. You gotta help me. Phase
yeah,
rush. Thank you.
yeah, you asked me too
Yeah.
quickly.
There. Whatever. Anyway, but yeah, Phase Rush Graves, he is absolutely insane. He has great sticking power and it provides so much more value for that champion. I believe Tarzan has been playing that a little bit, and he had a YouTube video on it a while ago. So I'm not entirely sure if he's going to be getting as much value on that as he would as Phase Rush, especially considering the team he's going to be playing against with all the slows and potential CC that he's going to have to avoid in the Galio and in the Zac. Either way, maybe he's just more comfortable in this. I'm looking forward to a good game.
Yeah, it'll definitely help him out with his clear a little bit, keep him a little healthier. Not like Graves has problems with that, but that's just the traditional rune you see on Graves normally.
Yeah.
I haven't personally seen the innovation with the Phase Rush, but
Thank you.
yeah.
It's hard to
Yeah.
remember, isn't it? Yeah.
I was about to say you just threw me under the bus with it earlier.
Yeah. It's no Storm Raider Surge, I'll tell you that much. Yeah. All right. But yeah, this is looking like a pretty good game so far. This is Renekton. He did start the longsword. We do have level 2 here in the bot lane.
Ooh, really nice arcane shift coming forward. Toasted Crayon's in some trouble. Has to blow the flash.
Oh yeah, that is a lot of damage.
A really good trade from Outrage and AP Buggy there.
Absolutely. You know, I was just telling you guys about how good I think Soraka is in this champ select earlier. She just does so much damage with her Q that I believe she's even getting some play there in solo lanes in the top lane. There's just so much value in that pick. There's a lot of value in a ganking mid as well, which it looked like Zac was going for a second.
Yeah, it looked like it was about to come in, but did go ahead and cancel that. Ooh. Top lane action coming in. 10-ply player trying to get this gank off. One more auto will do him in. First blood going over to the Graves.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Graves just coming up right there exactly when they need him. And you notice Renekton did actually use his dash right before he saw the Graves. Definitely be a little bit unlucky for that guy. And I got to say, this early game, I wasn't feeling too good about Rock Solid, but the way that they're playing this is making me pretty hopeful, you know? Like we talked about, like the best way to win the game or to win the late game is to have a good mid game. Best way to have a good mid game is to win the early game, and they definitely are winning that early game here.
Ooh, contesting the blue buff. It looked like, I'm not sure who it went over to actually. Lucian top first, in some trouble. Has to blow the flash. Nice aggression coming in from this Zac. Will pick up a kill going over to the Cassiopeia.
Absolutely. Great roam right there by that Cassiopeia. Able to just swing a little bit of the jungle balance right there, get some kills for her team. They were able to get that on the Ornn, I believe. So that's going to be 1 kill going over to them. Not going to be first blood because of what happened there earlier there to the Renekton. Very unfortunate stuff. And it looks like Renekton is going to be going for that Blade of the Rune King build that we have also been seeing popping up.
Ooh, really nice buffer on the shift.
Absolutely, absolutely. Like I talked about, Blade of the Rune King, definitely seeing a lot of pickups here in the top lane. Ooh, Zach here.
Ooh, nice pullback onto the Cinder. Scatter the Weak will save her life, though. Has to blow the flash. Really unfortunate there for Halos, but nice job getting themselves out.
Hey, that's why you take the teleport, right? I was just talking about how much benefit she's going to get with that teleport, you know? Be able to take some bad trades and not really get too punished for it, you know? All you got to do is really survive, and the phase rush really helps you. But anyway, back to my favorite lane, the top lane. Like we talked about, the Blade of the Rune King, very, very popular right now in Renekton. Now, I have played a little bit of Renekton in my day, and I got to say, it is definitely a very powerful thing with how it got buffed to 12% HP on hit for melees. But I still think that it's not as good as Black Cleaver, first item on that champion, with all the CDR, health, and general stats you get from that item. So I really hope that Renekton gets some kind of a lead in this and really start dominating and getting a split push going, that he can get a little bit more value out of all that attack speed there on that Blade of the Rune King. It should be very good for him. Not as good as that skin, though. I gotta say, he is looking tight with that like little pink gemstone. What kind of a skin is that?
I think it's the Hex Tech.
Ooh, that would be sick. I don't know if it's
I'm sorry. I think it's the Galactic, rather.
Galactic. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's a really good one. I like that skin. Good job, Brad. Good job, Brad. We did have someone bug out of the client earlier, but the skin looks great, and that's what's really important. Either way, we are getting it to 5 minutes in this game. It looks like something might be happening.
Oh man, Lucian shot first in a really good position here. Might be able to pick up a kill. Oh, Depression. Really nice combo there.
Yeah. There was a lot of damage right there. He was able to get that press the attack proc and really just emphasize all that damage that you can do with an empowered Q on that Renekton. Really, really good job from that guy, but we do have a teleport.
Oh, Toasted Crane's in a really bad position. 1v3 here. Help coming in. One ply player sitting in a bad position for himself. Now, BNJ trying to get something if he can. One more auto. Will go ahead and pick up. Oh, Graves gets out. Gets the gets the Triumph proc. Gets a little bit more health, but this Dragon may be ATS's to pick up.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This Infernal is definitely going to help them with all the scaling they have on their team with the Cassiopeia and the Sivir, and a little bit with the Renekton, too. It looks like I was wrong about that, though. Renekton will actually be going for Tiamat first item. He's definitely giving me a little bit of a shove going, so I'd really like to see a lot of good roams, this guy, like we just saw with the teleport there for himself, helping his team win that fight. And really good job by him so far. Really good job.
Yeah, looking to get those animation cancels off. It's always really nice with the Tiamat.
Yeah, my man's been watching Solo Renekton only. He knows all about that. Yeah.
Yeah, hasn't been watching his troll top suggestions. Has been just been watching his traditional Renekton play. I like his troll top suggestions though. He brings some spicy picks.
Really? Like what? What does he like to pick?
I haven't watched him. See, I used to donate Plasma a lot, and he would be my go-to when I was watching Plasma. I would turn on a solo Renekton only video because that would be pretty much the time. He used to innovate with the troll Teemo builds. I think he was one of the first to bring out the Grasp Teemo, which was really a really annoying.
Yeah, I think a lot of Teemos are actually playing that like not troll right now. Definitely a lot.
Oh yeah, it used to be one of the more annoying picks to play against. They've adjusted it a little bit now, but playing against a tank Teemo is really annoying.
Oh, I would imagine. Definitely a lot of base damage in that guy's kit. However, it is 8 minutes into the game, meaning we do have a Rift Herald on the map. Definitely going to see. Looks like Zach is going to be starting that up, actually. If we're going to see any kind of priority or ganks happening here in the top lane, we might have to see him zoning off that. Both junglers are playing around the top lane. However, Cassiopeia and Graves are staying pretty close behind. I'm not entirely sure what's going to be happening here.
Yeah, nice job there for Depression. Walked into the bush, denied a lot of damage that was about to come out from Lucian shot first, and he ended up losing out on this trade. Sean Spirit in a really difficult position. No ultimate available yet, but nice collapse coming in from Zach. Templi player in a really difficult position. Call of Forge God coming in. Does not get the reactivate on it. Renekton trying to trade back onto this Ornn. 2v2 here, and we do have Cassiopeia moving back in, but she's really low.
Okay, yeah,
Just
I'm
a
actually
really
really
good
surprised that
job there.
yeah, I'm really surprised that Cassiopeia actually lived through that one. It kind of looks like she was about to get one shot, but Graves being level 5, obviously not having access to his ultimate, is going to be a little down there on the damage in kit. I'm sure if he did have level 6, he would have been able to completely one-shot that
Ooh, big
Cassiopeia.
trade coming out. Lucian shot first. Doesn't even get to build the item.
Yeah, yeah, you definitely get a lot of power after building those items in lane. And he is up a little bit of CS there on that Renekton. I definitely like to see him sort of come back from that a little bit. Meanwhile, we do still have the Rift Herald up, and Jack's still roaming around right there. I wonder if he's going to go for it before he decides to back.
Ooh,
Ooh,
ultimate gets popped by depression going under the turret. Takes a few turret shots though, but just hits a
yeah.
couple minions.
Yeah, yeah. I guess he accidentally used his W on a minion there. Definitely not what you want to be doing. However, really, really good play right there. He is going to have to wait for that ultimate cooldown to come back up, of course, before we're going any for extended trades against that Ornn. A lot of value in that ultimate, but when it's on cooldown, not giving you too much value. But with the second item pickup right here, it looks like it's going to be Tiamat first, Blade of the Rune King second. Definitely getting a lot of value out of that Vamp Scepter in this kind of lane. With all that stuff Ornn can throw you in lane, it does take away your health bar pretty quick.
Yeah, one thing you did mention about the Black Cleaver that we will be missing out on not seeing that come through early really cuts down on the armor coming out of the Ornn, and he just gets ridiculously tanky.
Yeah, absolutely. Ornn, definitely one of his strengths as a champion is being able to just be so spread in his item builds. You know, not too many champions, especially like in the mid lane or something, where Ornn also gets played, have the luxury of just changing around what they want their first item to be so often. You know, Cassiopeia, she goes tier into Seraphs every single game. The Indra, she goes Luden's Echo every single game. But Ornn, he can actually choose in an AD or AP matchup to go for that Sunfire Cape or that Abyssal Scepter. You know, get a little bit of a sustain in either one of those magic damage or physical damage categories. Definitely a lot of unintended strength there for that pick that really just shows you how good he is. Ooh.
Yep, trade coming out. Big trade coming out. Lucian shot first, trying to get the knock up into the wall, but won't find anything there. Down
Oh,
about
yeah.
17 CS in this matchup for Renekton, but he's getting some nice trades off. He really
Mhm.
just lost out when he took that teleport into the bot lane.
Yeah, yeah. You know, after that, he was down a little bit, but he has stabilized since then. He hasn't lost any more CS, I will say. Meanwhile, Graves is going to be on that Rift Herald. Meanwhile, the teams looks like they're both trying to get some vision around that Cloud Drake. That is the second Drake of the game, meaning we'll have
Ooh,
a
nice
mountain,
trade coming out.
ooh, or an ocean first.
Ooh, 3 people in the mid lane. Halos in a really difficult position. Grounded, won't be able to use the flash, and he just goes down to toasted crayons.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, a lot of value there in that grounding. It feels really bad to play against, especially when you have that up. Dealing with the combo with so much CC, not to mention the
Oh
damage you
man.
get on it. It's going to mean a free Cloud Drake there. 4 team Apes strong together. A lot of value in that.
And these trades for this Renekton are ridiculous. We can really see that Depression knows what he's doing on the Renekton.
Absolutely, absolutely, really good on that guy. All right. Meanwhile, it is going to be the Ocean Soul there. Ooh,
Oh,
hold up.
Lucian's baiting him, and he's just gonna die.
Yeah.
I think
Not
he was
entirely sure.
trying to bait him. I think it
Yeah.
was supposed to be a bait. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what that was, or no
I'm gonna
longer
give
has
him
the shield.
I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt, and we'll say it was supposed to be a bait.
I mean, I guess so. It was like a 200 HP Ornn right there versus a full health with Ultimate Renekton. So, you know, just being that close to the tower, I'm not entirely sure what your idea was happening for going on there. But
Yeah,
either way, you know, a little bit more gold on the Renekton is always good and means he is going to be a lot more valuable in the side lane the further this game goes on, which is going to be really helpful considering he will be going for that Blade of the Rune King there for his first and a half item. I anticipate him definitely going that before, you know, Ravenous Hydra or something. Not entirely sure what it's going to be, though, we'll say.
yeah. Hydra isn't typically the first item you see get completed on Renekton, but we normally do see that Tiamat get picked up first.
Absolutely, absolutely. Definitely gives you a lot of value in the lane if you're able to play around how you just auto push the wave because of it. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, we haven't been talking about this a lot, but we might see something happen here with the Zac.
Yep, Zach moving in, not close enough to get the leash, to get that leap off, rather, but True
Ooh.
Shot Barrage coming in, a bunch of damage going on to BNJ, and now
Oh, yeah.
they're in the bad position.
oh yeah, absolutely. It really sucks that Zach wasn't able to get that knock up because it did mean that Sivir was going to take a lot of damage there on the back end of that trade. She was just barely not able to get her spell shield off and avoid the damage there from that ultimate from the Ezreal. Meanwhile, it is going to be Graves with the Rift Herald trying to pop down that first tower there in the bottom lane. The tower plating is actually down, so they won't get as much gold from it, but it will do the same amount of damage to the tower. And it's going to be very close.
Yeah, just taking advantage of the fact that Sivir had to leave the lane, but like you mentioned, not a ton of chip damage done on that turret early, so they won't find a first turret, just a lot of early damage.
Absolutely, absolutely. And with the Ocean Soul being the Dragon Soul for this game, there's definitely a lot of extra bushes they're going to have to play
Ping's
around.
coming out onto Sean's beard. He might get collapsed on.
Yeah, he does have his flash and barrier available, but with him being so far away from the enemy team and not really having any dive on the side of Rock Solid, they are just going to have to let him get away. We were talking a little bit about that in Champ Select, how the lack of dive from Rock Solid is really going to come to bite them in the butt the further this game goes on. They're not really going to have the answers for the late game Sivir or the late game Cassiopeia, who does get an extra item slot for not having to commit to boots. Meanwhile, on the side of Apes strong together,
Ooh.
Yeah.
3 people here in the bottom lane for Rock Solid. Toasted Crayons might be in a bad position here. Teleport coming in. Renekton on his way. And this is really dangerous now for Outrage. Depression trying to get whatever he can. Stun available shortly. That's a ton of damage coming in on a Sivir. Ornn Teleport coming in. Also, Outrage in a really bad position here. Goes down to Sean's beard. Gallia coming through. Call of the Forge God will pick up the Sivir, and this is a nice fight for Rock Solid, but they are losing now as more members show up for ATS. Lucian shot first in a really difficult position here, 1v4. And this is 9-3 for ATS.
Ooh. Yeah,
almost connects a little bit more damage. Cassiopeia, 5-0-2, unstoppable, picks up the Ornn. And this is ATS moving in onto this mid turret.
Absolutely, and I definitely got to say, the story of a lot of these early fights so far is just how much quicker Apes strong together are to rotate to these fights. You notice in every one of these mid-game fights, we see the Cassiopeia coming in well before the Syndra, and you can even see how quicker the Renekton was on the teleport than the Ornn. He was able to get a lot more value for his team. You can kind of imagine like how much better a early Ornn ultimate could have been for the side of Rock Solid. But either way, it's going to be a lot of kills going over to Ape strong together, and definitely going to be helping them with their scaling in this game.
Yeah, if we take a look at AP Buggy, he actually went for the Mikhail's Crucible.
Ooh, okay.
You rarely see that item get picked up.
Absolutely. I mean, there is going to be some value for his team there, you know, avoiding the taunt from the Galio, or maybe the stun from the Renekton, but, you know, you can't really cleanse a knockup too well. I mean, you can cleanse out of it and then combo with your flash, but no, it's not going to be as valuable as maybe a, I don't know, a redemption or maybe a, I don't know, some other support item for this guy. I have to question that build.
Yeah, redemption, ardent sensor, depression, getting a really nice trade onto Lucian shot first.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it does look like it's going to be the Merc Treads for him, which will also be very, very good against the Syndra in the late game. They do have a lot of magic damage on their team, but they also do have a lot of things they're going to have to get through with this third dragon coming up right here. I don't need to tell you how impactful an Ocean Soul can be on a lot of the characters they have picked up for the side of Apes strong together. And with 3 dragons to 0, things are not looking very good for Rock Solid right now.
Ooh, ultimate gets blown by the Sivir, trying to get something onto Halos, but Scatter the Weak will go ahead and save him.
Okay. Yeah, Scatter the Weak, obviously a very, very valuable rune. However, they are having something here in the top lane.
Yep, 4 members moving up onto this Renekton. He's going to be in a really difficult position. Pops the ultimate, will go ahead and kill the Soraka. Oh, man. Realizes he's probably going to go down here, so he's at least going to trade one, but Shutdown Gold going over to this Ezreal.
Oh, yeah, now...
Ooh. Oh, they got Halos!
Yeah. I mean, going back to this top lane fight, I don't need to tell you what happens when a lamb tries to fight a crocodile. I've seen 1 or 2 YouTube videos about that. But either way, it is going to be Renekton just jumping on top of that Soraka and munching her down. Absolutely gross. She definitely got too close to the croc in that scenario. But yeah,
Yeah, and please don't feed the Gators. Oh man, this Cassiopeia in a really difficult position. Petrifying Gaze coming out, it's massive. Oh, and the Galio coming in. So much CC coming in to save this Cassiopeia.
Oh.
And she is massive. 503. Arcane Shift coming through will save the Ezreal, but you cannot
Oh
touch
yeah.
this Cassiopeia. Her team is
Oh
here to
yeah.
help.
Oh yeah, and what looked like a really, really easy pick there on the Cassio turned into a two-man petrifying gaze, combo with the Zac coming in right behind her, and a Galio ultimate. You're never killing that Cassio, you know?
Oh man, that was beautiful.
Absolutely, absolutely. And looks like this is going to go down just under the wire here for this Rift Herald. This is Rift Herald number 2 of the game. Baron will be spawning here in about 30 seconds. But yeah, this is really, really good news right here for Apes Strong Together. A lot of coordination from this team, and I think they're looking pretty strong and probably going to be going to the finals. However, I will say, rock solid, they do have their opportunities to get back into this game. We saw how many times Cassio has been saved by her team from potentially getting caught out. So if we were able to see like 1 or 2 more catch-outs right there.
Ooh, Tenply in a really difficult position. 1v4 for this Renekton again, and he will
yeah.
go down to the Ezreal once again. Does
Yeah.
not have the vision, does not see that there's 4 members there to take him out.
Absolutely. You know, Gator's pretty good against goats, not too good against men with shotguns, I will say. But either way, we are going to be 20 minutes into this game. Baron is on the map. Definitely a pretty big gold advantage for the side of Apes Strong Together. Up a little bit of a 4K gold and 8 kills for this game. And I really got to say, this game still is just the difference of who's able to respond to these fights sooner. We just see an attempt at a catch out there from Sean's Beard and just always getting saved by his team. Renekton was able to get something there in a little bit of an overcommitment top. And it's going to get to the point where the scaling advantage is going to give so much of an advantage there to Apes Strong Together. Maybe if they're able to get some kind of catch out for rock solid, they can think of coming back into this game, like sneaking away a Baron or maybe an Elder when that eventually spawns. But things are looking very good for Apes Strong right now.
Yeah, I do want to question the lethality coming out for this Graves. I'm not sure about this itemization. Typically, you'll see a Storm Razor if you're going to go ahead and take that fleet footwork. True Shot Barrage coming out. Ezreal trying to get another kill. Will have to blow the Arcane Shift and the Flash to save him.
Yeah,
Gator trying to get a little bit of revenge.
Yeah, not to mention the Soraka ult also coming out there, doing a huge amount of healing there for Soraka.
Oh man, might be able to cancel the teleport. Oh, he got the teleport cancel off, and that's massive. Graves will go ahead and go down. 1, 2, and 3 for him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and that's absolutely massive. Depression saw the teleport coming out from Ornn, just got on top of him, blew the flash, blew the E, and I think that definitely saved ATS in the mid lane. Petrifying Gaze won't hit the Syndra, and that is a huge cooldown.
That is. But you know what else is huge? The Ocean Drake.
Oh, it doesn't even matter.
Oh. Yeah, just being able to just turn around and deal that much damage with your E on Cassio. I guess Syndra must have forgotten that she was 0-4-1, and that Cassio has 5-0-3 at that point. But either way, you know it's even bigger than a Petrifying Gaze. Getting an Ocean Drake, or Ocean Soul for your team, which will be coming up here in about 10 seconds. And with Syndra being down and Graves just coming back from base, I think this is going to be a pretty easy Ocean Soul for the side of Apes Strong.
Yeah, should be an easy secure here. Like we mentioned, didn't realize that they were down to that Syndra was down to the Cassiopeia. Also, Cassiopeia up a full item. So that's just a ridiculous lead on the Cassiopeia.
Yeah, you can definitely see like how little of effect that Syndra is having this game in the itemization on the side of a lot of characters here. We did see Merc Treads coming out there for the Zac and the Renekton, and of course the Spirit Visage with how much value you get out of that. But you see, just going for AD now here, or for armor here on Cassiopeia, obviously no fear against that Syndra, really just itemizing more against the Ezreal and Graves, who have been able to hold their own so far this game, but aren't going to be doing as much as a late game Syndra should in a game of League of Legends. However, Ocean Soul, what are we seeing here?
Ooh, that Arcane Shift probably will save Sean's Beard. Petrifying Gaze won't get the stun, but will get ton of damage. Does have to blow the flash. Flash coming through from Cassio. Cassio also turns around onto AP Buggy, another flash blown. And Mastery 7 showing off on this snake.
Yeah, don't tread on me. is what Cassio is saying over here. Both
No
flashes
step
having to
on
come.
snake.
Yeah, yeah. Both flashes having to come out here from the bot lane, and almost going to be two deaths going out there for the side of the bot lane on Rock Solid. Cassio just showing off how strong this champion is, or can be, win head. Ooh, Zach.
Oh man, ultimate coming out from the Zac. Scatter the weak will go ahead and save him, to be honest.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely, definitely. They almost got that pick there on the Syndra. Ooh, another pick happening.
Oh, they get the knockup. True Shot Barrage
Ooh,
trying to get something. Scatter the weak won't save her this time. Taunt coming
ooh.
in. Kill going over to Galio. Another kill going over to the
Yeah.
Sivir. This Soraka has been an easy target all game.
Absolutely, absolutely. They're really just showing what they can do with that bonus healing there with the Ocean Soul. There was quite a few tower shot tanks from both the teams on the side of Apes strong together. But you know, when you have the Ocean Soul, you're just doing so much healing for your guys that towers don't really hurt you too much.
Yeah, like
Or
we mentioned in Champion Select, it really came down to if we could get this Graves rolling. He found himself an
yep.
early kill, but that was about it.
hmm There were definitely some scenarios where Graves could potentially walk away with some. We did have those early kills going to Cassiopeia, and they tried to catch her out once or twice. Unfortunately, Zach was very, very close by, and they did get hit by that petrifying gaze, which can be avoided. You know, a little bit of a misplay there. But I also do have to comment on the build that this Graves is going for. You know, he sees that he's against the Renekton Zach Galio. That's a pretty chunky front line you're going to have to work against there. So I don't think he's going to be getting so much value out of the lethality for this build, or as much as he would get, as opposed to a Black Cleaver or a Death's Dance or even a Phantom Dancer for his team. They don't have any crit in the Ezreal, so there's definitely the option of going for that for the Graves, but it will be the Baron attempted right here for Apes Together Strong. Going to go down pretty quickly with that Sivir Cassio nearby. A little bit of zoning happening from the Galio.
Oh yeah, Cassio just really excels at taking out these large monsters.
Oh
Toasted
yeah, yeah.
Cran's doing a really nice
Oh
job.
yeah.
Oh, tries to get the steal off, but they will go ahead and just pick up the grave. Bank's doing a really good job securing these objectives.
Absolutely, absolutely. I gotta say that's a really, really good play there by Toasted Crayons. Definitely doing a better. Ooh,
Ooh, flash
speaking of.
knockup coming in from Toasted Crayons will
Oh yeah.
just force the flash out of the Ornn, though.
Yep. You know, picks are really, really good for this comp. They already get that kill into Graves. 4v5 coming up here in the mid lane. Oh,
Big knockup coming in from the Zac, blows the ultimate, and this
oh,
probably will be the end of the game here. Halos in a really difficult position. Outrage trying to get away from this Zac, but he's
oh yeah.
so tanky, and there's nothing this Ornn can do to help. So many minions here. This should be the game here for ATS.
Absolutely.
Fantastic showing in game one. 21-5 right now. 10k gold lead. Call the Forge God gets blown, trying to save whatever they can, but he gets completely stunned up, can't reactivate it. All the ultimates getting blown. Knockup coming in off the 10-ply player, trying to do whatever he can. Toasted Crans trying to buffer the minions. Ooh, and that's
Ooh.
massive damage coming out of
Oh
depression.
yeah. Oh yeah. That is,
Sorry for
my
that.
man's just got blown up.
Yeah, and this is an excellent game one coming out. 12k gold lead at the end. And ATS showing that they are here to go to the finals, taking game one of this best of five. Just a reminder, today is a best of five series, so there's plenty of time for Rock Solid to come back, but that's an excellent showing for game one. Not even dying for your mid laner.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is you know, we're talking about how it's a best of five, but based off this game one, it's gonna be looking a little bit more like a 3-game series, if you know what I'm saying. But yeah, this was just a dominating win over here on the side of Apes Together Strong. Like these guys absolutely messed up Rock Solid. All three of their lanes got ahead early. We did see a little bit of action there from the Renekton on the side of that Ornn, but yeah, every one of their guys excelled in their positions. They didn't win any fights in the mid game. They gave up every dragon in this game. We did see Graves with that one Rift Herald early,
Mm-hmm.
but I think we're definitely going to have to see some pretty big changes on the side of Rock Solid if we want to see a little bit different showing over here for game two of this series. I definitely like to see a different jungler coming out than the Graves. He is really good in solo queue, but in a competitive environment, he's definitely not going to be bringing out as much value for his team as you can. I definitely like to see maybe the Jarvan coming out, maybe a Warwick or something, maybe even I don't know, maybe first picking the Zach for your team. We just saw so much value from Binks on that Zach for
Hmm.
his team. 3-0-9. Oh, I'll just
Yeah, and
grab my Philippine team.
if we look at the scoreboard, you can really tell where 10 player invested his time. We see 3 deaths on the Renekton there, but it doesn't really matter when you don't have any on the mid lane and you only have 1 death on each of your bot laners.
Oh yeah.
Probably should have invested his time into some of the other lanes. As you know, Renekton falls off the later the later the time goes into this game. So investing time into shutting him down early doesn't really pay off as strong as shutting down the Cassiopeia, shutting down the Sivir, who are those late game carries.
Absolutely, absolutely. I definitely would. I did talk about how good Soraka can be early, and we did see some kills going down there in the bot lane. But I don't know. I'd really like to see a little bit more aggression there from Outrage and AP Buggy. You could definitely afford to go something like a hyper carry, like a Vayne or like an Aphelios when you have the Soraka able to just heal you up and keep you alive this whole time. It definitely feels like they were missing a little bit of something with the Ezreal pick, a little bit of oomph in that late game scaling. I definitely think that Vayne does have a little bit of a reputation to her, just like kind of in the way like a Shaco or a Yasuo, you run in and die every single fight. But I think she's a lot better than she used to be right now. She has a much better laning phase than she did a few seasons ago, and she's incredibly good in the mid game with that 2 item power spike, the Bork Ginsu. So I definitely like to see a little bit more power there on the side of Rock Solid, but they're going to have to do a little bit more than picking power if they want to be able to beat Apes together strong in this 5 game series. Really, really good game one here. Any other final notes from you, man?
Now, I think we will go ahead and take a little bit of a break as we give these teams a little bit of time to analyze the champion select, maybe make a few different decisions as we get ready to move into game 2. But don't go anywhere. We're in for a hell of a best 5 series, so we will be back in just a few minutes. Hello everyone, welcome back. We have swapped sides as we move into game 2 and we see some early bans coming out. Depression won't get his namesake in this game, and we also have the Echo ban coming out.
Oh yeah, definitely. We were talking earlier about how well these guys were able to play on these things. I believe was it Depression on the Renekton, or was it Lucian Shot first on the Renekton?
No, it was Depression on the Renekton, so
Okay,
yeah.
okay. So if he's playing that well on his off pick, I can only imagine how well he would play on that Shen. But either way, it's going to be him, the Fizz. A lot of similar bans banned out. I wasn't aware that there were any Callista players on these teams. However, she is pretty good in the meta at the moment if you can get a good bot lane working on it. Especially if you have like a Thresh or something to hold them down for a little bit, catch them out, you can definitely get the time to work like 4 or 5 spears in them and really just get yourself an easy kill in that lane off that. Not to mention how well she scales with her ultimate. But either way, we are going to the first set of picks right here. And what kind of changes are you hoping to see there from game 1?
Like we mentioned in the just entire game pretty much, I'd like to see different jungler and probably a different support come through. There's nothing wrong with the Soraka, it just didn't really gel with the type of team that they picked. And they had a rough lane in the bottom lane. They had a couple early good trades, but really fell off. The Gallia provided a lot more, and the Sivir just really outscaled.
Oh yeah, not to mention how impactful the Zac was going to be picked up here the second game in a row. That is a this man was Binks was huge on Zac there in game 1. I'm actually really surprised it's not going to be banned away from him. Like we talked about, I would like to see a little bit more aggression there on the side of Rock Solid in the bot lane. Although Soraka is a very valuable pick, maybe something a little bit different like a Thresh or a Brand come out, help him out a little bit. Ooh, another really good pick.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to see Rock Solid pick up that Syndra. It did go, I think, 0-5-2, I believe, in the last game. So didn't necessarily work out for them in that last game.
Yeah. I mean,
and ATS just opts into that similar lane matchup. Had a really good lane in that Cassiopeia versus Syndra last time, so they're like, okay, we'll run it back.
Yeah, there were a few times in the beginning where it looked like it could go the side of Syndra, but ultimately Cassio did get those kills in the jungle. She was able to turn it into more kills in the early team fights, where Syndra unfortunately wasn't able to be as impactful. And so, although I could anticipate the Syndra being more useful in game 2, considering how much of a salty runback this is looking like so far, it's going to be pretty difficult for her to make things different. Although it is going to be the Mordekaiser picked up in the top lane, as opposed to the Ornn, who, although is a very good pick, Mordekaiser can definitely be very good too. I can tell you that Lucian Shot first does play a lot of Mord in his games, in addition to Jax and Garen. Considering how strong the pick is right now, if he gets a good matchup, I could definitely see him being very, very valuable for his team in this game.
Oh yeah, it's definitely one of those picks that you can run away with a game with. Take over 1v9. We will see them opting into that Sivir, so they might have a couple bans get thrown at ATS top lane.
Absolutely. The Sivir going to picked up again. This is just looking more and more like a salty runback. They said, hey, we played so good game 1. If they're not going to ban out any of our picks, then what's the point of picking anything? Again, Olaf probably going to have a little bit easier time into Zac, just considering how good the champion is right now. Not entirely sure if he's going to be better than well-played Graves against Zac, but other than that, Olaf, very, very strong jungler, and definitely has a lot more power to work with in that early game, but it's still on him to get as much of a lead as possible for his team, and because he does fall off eventually with that sort of pick, especially into the picks like the Cassio and like the Sivir, who can really just pump out that DPS in these later game team fights where you can't even heal through it, honestly, especially if you pick up the Morella and Omicron on the Cassiopeia.
Yeah, Rock Solid realizing ATS is running it back with their picks, so they will go ahead and ban out those last 2 picks that we saw in game 1. Really good job for ATS there. We saw Rock Solid hover the Varus at the beginning of their first pick. Did not decide to pick that, so it will just get banned out now.
Absolutely. And it is going to be the Leona picked up for the side of ATS. I was talking a little bit about Toasted Crayons really likes playing engaged supports, mainly the Galio and the Nautilus. And I gotta say,
that's not right.
Oh, what's not right?
Then I was about to say, what's that Nocturne? That Nocturne was I was like, they have a jungler already. They have their mid laner already. Where's that Nocturne go? Sorry, bud. Didn't mean to interrupt you.
I completely agree. Yeah, well, where would Mordekaiser go? Is he support? I don't know. Either way, it is going to be the bot lane picked up there for the side of Rock Solid. And
Supporting
I
Kaiser.
gotta say, I'm really liking the Vayne pick, you know? We talk, again, Vayne, not known for being a good champion, but I gotta disagree with a lot of like the stigma that goes along with that guy. She can be extremely good. She provides very high DPS, and she can avoid a lot there in that lane. It's definitely going to be on her to avoid those Leona engages, but she definitely has the tools to do that with. Either way, ooh,
Ooh.
I am really liking the set pick over here for ATS. His Renekton was banned out, and so when he knows he's going to have to play against the Mordekaiser, we're going to fight a little bit of power with a little bit of power. You know, Set, probably one of the better top lane champions in the meta at the moment. He has received several nerfs, but, you know, he's one of the newest champions in the game, so he's just going to be overpowered. This is Riot Games balancing here. But either way, we are going into Champion Select right now. Just lock in a few of these picks. And I got to ask you, man, you think this is going to be different from game one?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I think the picks are really... I think the picks are good for Rock Solid, but I don't know if the picks are good together. I like the picks individually, but looking at them as... I'm not sure how this team is going to play out. Once again, they don't have any initiation. They have the Ragnarok from the Olaf, but that's about it.
Well, you know, combining the Ragnarok from the Olaf with a Taric ultimate, especially to get a little bit of a lead on the Olaf, could be pretty deadly, you know? You're unstoppable and you're invulnerable, so although you don't have any hard initiation like the Zac or like the Leona, you do just have an Olaf who can run people down, not to mention how good Taric can be at keeping one of your opponents safe and denying any possible engages. So what we could see is the scenario where Zac goes in, gets a knockup, but they're not able to follow up on it at all because of the Taric ultimate. And they end up just winning the reverse fight for the side of Rock Solid with all the damage they can get on the side of Syndra and Mordekaiser. I'm really excited to see how this top lane goes, definitely. The Ornn definitely is an exciting as a matchup as Set in the Mordekaiser. Definitely be really fun to watch.
Yeah, my one concern is that every member on ATS not only has a way to engage, but has really good disengage also. You can use that Cassiopeia ult for the disengage, you can use the Sivir ult for the disengage. Any of the knock-up abilities, any of the stun abilities can get used. Just ATS has so much possibility in this fight. They can start fights, they can end fights, they can win fights. I think it's really just up to them. Like, I think it's their game to lose.
Yeah, definitely ATS. They have a lot better scaling and they have a lot better team fights. However, like I talk about, you know, you win the early game, you win the mid game, then you win the late game. And RS, Rock Solid, definitely has the tools to win the early game with this Olaf pick, you know? We talked about how the Olaf and the Syndra didn't have as much synergy there game one, and Syndra was a little bit later to the roams as opposed to the Cassiopeia. However, we might see a little bit of a reversal with that, considering like the amount of like call-outs you are kind of forced to do on Olaf. You know, you definitely have to like tell your team exactly what you're planning to do when you're going for an invade or something with that champion. You can definitely have the power to win an early fight by yourself with the Olaf, as opposed to the Graves, where it's really hard to play if you don't get a lead early. You know, your auto attacks are doing like 80 damage each. You know, the Zac has like over 1,000 HP, and without the Storm, not Storm Raider Surge, Phase Rush, you don't have the amount of picking power as you're supposed to. So definitely the story here is going to be the amount of synergy they're able to get for the side of Rock Solid. We saw how quick Apes Together Strong was able to roam to fights, provide a lot of value for that team that way. But Rock Solid, if they're earlier to these roams, they have better early game fights there in the jungle. We could see a reversal in this series. What do you think, man?
Yeah, I think definitely in for an interesting game too, but I think we're going to go ahead and take a little bit of a break as we get ready to get rid of this spectator delay. So we will be back in about 5 minutes. Go grab some drinks, but don't go anywhere.
Oh, yeah.
and welcome back here for Game 2 of Rock Solid versus ATS. Welcome back, Danielson.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I am ready here for a very impactful game 2 in this 5-game series. We saw a enormous win over on the side of Apes Together Strong versus Rock Solid, and Rock Solid definitely has some tools to come back here in game 2, but they're going to have to do a lot more in how they work together as a team here if they want to come back from the defeat they suffered there in game 1. Want to tell us a little about that?
Yeah, I think we'll definitely have to see how this Olaf can get going. Unfortunately, didn't do as well on the Graves in the last game, but Olaf has a much faster clear, should be able to get rolling a lot quicker. So we'll have to see if he can possibly even get some invades off.
Absolutely, absolutely. And one thing I would like to point out is although they do have some better team fights, I think in terms of pure champion scaling, uh, Rock Solid definitely has some things to work together with. We talked about how strong the Syndra can be late game. Maybe not as good as the Cassiopeia, but that's more of like a 6-item sort of thing. But Vayne definitely going to be very, very big into these team fights against that against that HP stacking Zac. Very, very good. Definitely a lot better than that Ezreal Soraka combo we saw there in game 1. But either way, it looks like both guys are going to be starting their reds, meaning that these junglers are not going to be seeing each other for the first 3 minutes of the game, probably.
Yeah, we'll see if a split comes out, but most likely just going to be farming their own sides of the jungle.
Yeah, yeah. This definitely was smart play right there by the Zac, trying to avoid that Olaf because of how much stronger he is in the 1v1. It definitely looks like Olaf is going to be going for a full clear in this jungle, going from his red. Ooh, big stun.
Do you have jungle? Can you see jungle camps on your map? For whatever reason, I can't see jungle camps.
Oh yeah, I can see jungle camps. Did you just see that play in the bot lane? We just saw a huge stun there coming out from the Taric against the
really
enemy
nice
bot
stun.
lane. Yeah, it was a really good stun by that guy. Definitely getting a lot of power, which you need in that sort of a lane. Like, he's really good late game, but in lane, Sivir, that's her name. Sorry, I was thinking like Shyvana, Syndra. But yeah, isn't supposed to be as good as a lot of champions, especially Vayne with press the attack. Definitely, Vayne was not someone who was known for her early game in previous seasons, and with press the attack and a support helping her out, she is definitely one of those champions who tends to win lane a lot more often than not. But either way, ooh, something happened here in the mid lane. Ooh.
Nice scatter of the week. We'll go ahead and save Halos there.
Yeah, yeah. We definitely didn't see the Syndra do too well there in the game 1, but this is looking like a little bit of a turnaround. Ooh!
Yeah, a little bit of trading up in that top lane.
Yeah, yeah, really, really good E there by the Mordekaiser, able to almost get this set under tower and probably get a little bit of extra damage on him. Either way, he will be going for the Dorn shield, which is going to be very, very helpful in this matchup with the amount of poke damage that Set tends to get on his W in these kind of matchups. He's definitely going to have the tools to survive and might have a little bit of difficulty in some all-ins depending on the build that Set is going to go for. It looks like, if I had to guess, either a Tiamat or a Blade of the Rune King first, but we have been seeing some tank Set builds coming out, which might be a little bit more useful for this kind of a game, but I'm probably going to anticipate a Blade of the Rune King build for this guy. Definitely not going to see a Bomby Cinder coming out anytime soon. A little bit of a roam happening here in the bot lane. What is this?
Oh yeah, 4 members here on the bottom lane. Thanks, Auto Spectate. Yeah, just a contest coming out over this crab.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Binks won't get stunned up there. Just gets saved a little bit, thankfully. But yeah, really unfortunate there for Outrage.
Absolutely.
Nice early roam.
I really like seeing this over here for Rock Solid. You know, we talked about how they weren't able to get those early roams to help out the jungle in there in game 1, and being able to see that all 4 of these people roam up here for a Scuttle Crab is very, very good stuff. Ooh, stun.
Trying to get stunned. Toasted Crayons takes a little bit of damage. Will get hit by an axe, but that's about it.
Yeah, yeah. You know, I don't think that was the best choice to go for that gank, considering how far up they were pushed. And although we did see the stun coming out there from Taric, it didn't really have a lot of follow-up.
Oh, AP Buggy takes an unfortunate trade there. Outrage not close enough to help him out.
Yeah, I guess so. You don't really have to put too much effort into getting this bot lane ahead. Just keeping the Vayne alive and farming for a little bit is probably going to be enough to yield dividends.
A little bit of a duel up there in the top lane.
Yeah,
Passive
yeah,
gets procced
definitely.
by the Mordekaiser, but he's losing out in the minions already.
Yeah, I would really like to see a little bit more effort there from the Olaf in the top lane. Ooh, which
Ooh,
looks like
gank coming
Zach
up into the top lane. Mordekaiser has to blow the flash, trying to get himself away. Pullback comes back in from the Zac. W,
Okay.
one more auto would have done him in, and this Mordekaiser will survive.
Absolutely. Definitely getting a lot of value in the Dorn Shield and that kind of a thing. Ooh, stuns. Yeah, this Tarek really wants blood in this matchup. Which he really doesn't have to be going for, honestly. Like, a Vayne who goes even in lane is very good. But, I mean, a Vayne who wins lane obviously is even better. But he really doesn't have to be going this. Considering how much pressure Olaf was putting there in the bottom lane, he was able to get that dragon right there. So, but I would like to see a lot more effort by Olaf getting his solo lanes ahead there, considering how much more impactful they're going to be in these fights. You know, a Mordekaiser can absolutely steamroll a set if he gets a little bit
Oh
ahead.
man,
Like right
depression in
now,
a really
you,
difficult position.
ooh,
Gets the root back, throws the mace down, and that'll be first blood going over to Lucian shot first, saying it doesn't matter what happened last game, this is my lane now.
oh yeah, definitely. And just showing how much value you get out of those early ninja tabbies in this kind of a matchup. Not only is a lot of sets damage going to be in his empowered auto attacks, they're also going to give you a lot of chase down there in the top lane, able to get a lot of picks and a lot of trades you wouldn't normally be able to get. And it's going to
Ooh,
go
lots of damage on Toasted Crayons, has to blow the flash. And there's no ignite in this bot lane, or Toasted Crayons would be in a really difficult position.
absolutely. Ooh,
Oh man, ultimate comes in. Passive is available for Zac, should be able to save him. Will come back with really low health though.
absolutely. You can tell Syndra may have been able to get something happening there, but there's a lot of help on each of those guys. And without a lost chapter there from the Syndra, she's not going to have too much to work with. In that, I would anticipate her going for a back here after clearing this wave, getting that lost chapter. Kind of could be kind of hard to deal with all the mana that Cassie is going to have from her early tier here, 7 minutes into the game. But they are going to be working with an Ocean Drake, probably one of the better first Drakes in the game. And with the second Drake being an Infernal Drake, we're either going to get an Infernal or a Mountain or a Cloud here for our Soul. Definitely not two of my favorite Drakes to watch, but you know, you win some, you lose some, I guess.
It's hidden OP. I love that Cloud Soul.
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. What does it give? It gives you 10 movement speed and
Yeah,
10%
10% move speed,
skill.
and you get more move speed after you cast your ult. So,
Nice.
and depending on how you take it, it also gives you a ton of cooldown reduction too. So,
Yeah, yeah. Meanwhile, in the jungle, we do see Olaf. He is a little bit behind on the clear side against the Zac. However, Zac did not spend a lot of his time soloing that early Drake. Definitely a little bit more value to be seen right there for the side of Olaf in that early Drake. And whether or not it means that his lanes die when they shouldn't have, or don't die when they should have died because of that early health is going to be something to be determined here as this game is going on. But a little bit of a 200 gold lead over the side of Rock Solid. And you definitely see that's definitely in the mid lane and bot lane. All the other lanes are very, very close on CS and still very close in these lanes. But I mean, other than that, you know, things are very, very close in this game.
yeah, there was first blood up in that top lane, but it's really surprising because there's a nice lead for the junglers here. Ooh, aggression coming in over this Rift Herald did get picked up on the side of RS, but in a really difficult position as three members there. Syndra on the backside, Cassiopeia in a weird position. Casting off the mini-map. Spectate, please.
Ooh.
Flash coming in onto the Sivir will go down. Two more autos if the passive gets procced. Halo's in a really, really difficult position, but
Oh,
oh man, no blood coming through. Just a lot of summoner spells, a lot of abilities getting used. A lot of people getting really low.
absolutely. These were some two very, very close kills. And like we talked about, Vayne has been winning lane a lot lately, and you can definitely see how much CS is going to get denied from the Sivir, but not if we see a gank coming out here from the set and from the Zac. Ooh.
Oh man, Petrifying Gaze comes out, gets the damage down from the passive. Oh, Outrage will go down. Teleport came through, and Depression picks himself up a kill.
Absolutely. Really,
I'm sorry,
really great.
actually it looks like he just roamed down, rather.
Oh, was that? Yeah, he still has his teleport available. Wow, really
Yeah,
good
he
stuff.
just roamed down.
Yeah, meanwhile, he will be picking up the Tiamat into Blade of the Rune King. Same build we saw there from that Renekton there, game 1. And we didn't see too much happen in there for the side of Mordekaiser. He is picking up a little bit of extra armor, help him in lane. But he is going to be a little bit of a level up, but he's still very close in CS. So definitely like to see him get a little bit more value there off of that roam. A little bit of misplay, I think. All right. Meanwhile, we do have to look at the scaling for this game. We did talk about how Olaf was going to have to bring a lot of value for his team in the early game. So far, we have seen him solo one Drake, but we haven't seen too many fights go his favor. We did actually see him take that Rift Herald there, so we could potentially see some value there in the top lane where he was able to take some plates earlier. Maybe get a first tower down, get a little bit of extra gold for his team. But with the second Drake spawning, Infernal, it probably going to attempt to see some kind of fight happening here over this second Drake.
And it honestly hasn't been a super bloody game so far. Only 3 kills at 11 minutes. So, been a lot of fighting, but no one's really died yet.
Yeah, you know, this is going to get to the point where we do see some of the scaling advantage happening here in the mid and late game. 11 minutes. Early game is technically over at 14, so we should get into that pretty soon. But you just have to watch people's positioning over here, over this first Drake. You know that Mordekaiser is going to have his teleport up here in about 20 or 30 seconds, but the Rift Herald actually you can use in the mid lane to distract some people away from that, so they have to give them something to respond to, and they're able to get
Halos in a difficult position. 1v2 gets grounded, doesn't have to, I mean, Scatter the Weak might save him, has the flash available, I believe. Lots of knockups coming through and even more damage. That will be a kill going over to Sean's Beard. Banks in a difficult position now. Terracult coming through. Nice Petrifying Gaze onto 3 members, and that buys Banks a ton of time. Most likely will be going down. I think the passive still, passive just came back up.
Oh, yeah, definitely. But that pick on the Syndra is going to be a lot. I don't think he's actually, they don't actually get him a kill on here. I mean, it's very, very close, but that could have potentially been a little bit of a misplay there, letting the Zac respawn, maybe almost get his E off, but a teleport coming here into the bot lane is going to mean they're not going to get as many plates here on the towers, or first tower, it looks like. Get it?
Almost gets the teleport, or rather tower before the teleport, but Depression in a 1v1 here up in this top lane. Both shields getting popped, pulled into the Death Realm. Lots of damage coming through. Ultimate gets blown, but it doesn't even matter. Lucian shot first, really excelling in this lane.
Absolutely. With all the stats you're able to steal away from your opponent, being able to pull them into the Death Realm at the right time can mean a very, very good fight for you. And let me just tell you, that was a Ninja Tabbies and Seeker's Arm Guard there on the side of Mordekaiser. Compared to the Blade of the Rune King we see there on the set, I'm not entirely sure that he should have won that. I mean, that was a full item he was fighting against.
I think the Bork just got finished I think that was after he died.
Was that it?
So I don't think it was a completed Bork for that fight, or it possibly could have gone in Set's favor, but yeah, just a ton of early armor coming out for this Mordekaiser, ignoring a lot of damage on this set.
Absolutely. Oh, interesting. All right, well, we do see 2 guys here in the top lane, just trying to get down this tower, but with Set coming in very close, it's probably not going to be going down for them. First tower no longer available on the game because of Set, what he was able to do there earlier. It does actually give your team a lot of gold, and despite it being 3-3 and 2 dragons there for the side of Rock Solid, we do see a little bit of a gold lead there for the side of Apes Together Strong. Looking very good for them despite being a little bit behind here in this early game.
Yeah, I think if you're Rock Solid, though, the one thing you really need to be scared about is that 2-0 Cassiopeia. We saw her go 6-0, I believe, in the last game. So, just ridiculously performing on the Medusa.
Oh, absolutely. We'd still have a little power here. One thing I would like to point out, Zac going for the game.
Oh man, 4 members here for this Syndra in a really difficult position. 5 members, and that will be 5 members moving in on this mid turret.
Oh yeah, definitely. And once we're getting into these team fights, we're definitely going to start seeing how much more value we're going to see in the Zac over the Olaf. Although Olaf is a little bit hard to catch out, Zac can do a lot for your team. And he's able to get really, really good engages. Like we talked about, they're really lacking for the side of Rock Solid for engages or any kind of dive on their team. Going to be very hard for them to deal with the Cassio and the Sivir, who in game 1 were just able to pop out so much damage in these fights. And with the first item being completing for Sivir, you have to kind of see where this game is going. She is 0-0-0. She wasn't sent behind very much at all in the lane.
A little bit of a stun coming in onto Sean's beard, but his team's there. He's in a fine position. I think what we're really seeing is how brutal a combination is of that grounded from the Cassiopeia is with the CC from the Zac. It's so brutal. By the time you can finally get your flash off, it's always too late.
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. Honestly, the grounded combined with anything is very, very good. Either way, it's going to be the second Rift Trail. Probably going to be an easy Rift Trail. Going over here to the side of Apes Together Strong. Just showing you how they're able to turn this game around here in the mid game. They didn't have that good of an early game, but they are turning this around. They're getting some picks. That early Rift Trail is going to help them shut down that tier 1 inhibitor, tier 1 tower in the mid. Really just open up the map for their team at all. Really, really good stuff by these guys.
Yeah, and I think we're really just seeing better macro play come through for ATS. Just grouping up at 15 minutes. Like, we saw all 5 members moving, punish that Cassiopeia, a lot of damage coming through. Olaf has to blow the ult and the flash just to get himself out. Nice pullback coming through. Terracle is available, will pick up the kill onto Binks. Death Realm coming through, I believe that's onto the set. In a difficult position now, trying to find themselves something if they can. Depression ults him back as soon as the Mordekaiser Death Realm ends. Lucian shot first in a really difficult position. That's shutdown gold going over to the Cassiopeia. 4-0, and she's huge.
Absolutely. Cassio just able to put so much damage on that. We saw how well Set was able to reposition himself out of the Mordekaiser ultimate. It looked like we might have seen a repeat of that fight earlier in the Mordekaiser and Set. However, Set was able to stay a little bit further alive, having his W available when he was ulted on. And being able to reposition the Mordekaiser with his own ultimate. Ooh, Dead Snake, never mind.
Ooh, shutdown gold onto that Cassiopeia. She was massive, so that's a ton of gold that'll go over to RTS.
Ooh.
They will be able to pick themselves up that dragon, and shutdown gold going over to Set, and you don't want the Vayne dying. BNJ gets himself his first kill of the game. Double kill going over to this Set. Bunch of kills coming over for ATS. Halos in a really difficult position. And just, oh man, Syndra able to pick themselves up a kill, but triple kill going over this top laner.
Yeah, they were able to get a lot of one after one after one.
Oh, Lucian shot first. I don't think he realizes he's in a 1v3 here. Might be able to pick himself up something, but he's just getting CC'd over and over. Able to pick himself up a kill with the passive, trying to get himself out. Ooh, so much damage coming through with the passive, trying to find one more auto. Would have picked himself up the kill onto Set, but 5-2-2. Depression is massive.
Oh yeah, and those early kills that Mordekaiser was able to get himself in the lane and with those early ganks are just going to be absolutely nullified with all the gold that Set was able to get in these fights right here. I believe he picked up 4 or 5 kills in these extended fights. That was absolutely enormous for this man, and he is going to be going for the Triforce and Merc Treads. It looks like, I mean, we are definitely going to be seeing a side lane Set the further this game goes on. I'm not entirely sure about the Triforce here, second and a half item. But you know, if his goal is to be in the side lane, that'll definitely do a lot of good for him. Either way, we are 18 and a half minutes into here. Ooh.
Lots of damage coming through. On the hunt gets Pop Sivir, trying to get themselves out if they can. Toasted Crayons in a 1v2 here on this backside. A lot of damage coming through on the Set. Ooh, Set's here, and Set is here to fight. Red team double kill coming over, and Set, oh man, trying to pick up the Olaf. Triple kill going over to the Olaf. I'm sorry, rather the Set. And he is 8-2-2, 700 gold bounty. And this is Depression running away with this game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. What looked like an easy pick for the side of Rock Solid, they weren't able to get that kill as quickly as they thought they were. And with the enemy team responding just so much more fast, that means so many more kills going to the side of Shen. Zac able to just split up the fight and just able to get so much off of this. And with Baron spawning in a minute, you have to wonder, are they going to go for it, or are they going to just try to get some vision for this next dragon, which will be spawning here in about 2 minutes, which it looks like they are going to be doing right here.
Yeah, looks like they will just take the time to reset, spend that gold. Should probably be able to finish the Trinity Force there for Set when he gets a back off.
Absolutely.
And like we see again, there is a full item advantage for this Cassiopeia.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I definitely like how Cassiopeia has been able to play these team fights, play these mid-game fights. And I gotta say, I'm really not liking how Syndra has played out this game so far. You know, she didn't do much for her team there game 1. Sure, she was able to avoid a few very crucial ganks in the mid lane from the Zac with her Scatter of the Week. But aside from that, she's really just not getting any value out of this pick. You know, she's not winning the lane too hard. She's not being very useful, and she's not even like getting to the point where her scaling can come into play. I'm not too happy with the Syndra so far this series.
Yeah, not really finding those picks. Should be able
Yeah.
to pretty much just burst down BNJ if they don't get the spell shield off, but I haven't really seen Halos in a position to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Meanwhile, we are 20 and a half minutes into this game. That early gold lead we saw for the side of Rock Solid has been completely nullified, as well as the kill lead. 5 kills ahead for Apes Together Strong and a 4K gold lead. It's looking like really just showing how much better this team is able to play these fights, play the macro so far in this series. And that's definitely what you want to be looking for a good team. Meanwhile, the fourth Drake of this game will be spawning here in just a minute. Teleport coming out over here.
Ooh, Petrifying Gaze comes out. Might be in a really difficult position now for Sean's Beard. Response teleport comes in. Sean's Beard in a really bad position. Pops the stopwatch, trying to buy as much time as they can, but Depression in a 1v3 up in this top lane. Pops the W, gets a ton of health. Ooh, able to survive the Syndra ultimate, but a shutdown ultimately does go over.
Oh yeah,
A ton of gold going over to the Syndra. Hopefully she's able to use that efficiently.
Yeah, I'd definitely like to see Syndra doing a little bit more here. I really didn't expect her to come up so quickly in this fight, but what looks like it's going to be a 1-for-1 with both top laners dying. Meanwhile, we do have the Baron on the map and the Dragon come up here in just a minute. Definitely want to see a little bit more vision coming out there onto the Dragon, as this fourth Dragon in the game will be very crucial. Could bring Rock Solid up to Soul Point, or very crucial second Dragon, even more ult CDR for the side of Apes Together Strong. And they do have some pretty big ults that could be very, very useful for having that extra. Ooh, big ult.
Ooh, Petrifying Gaze onto the ult. Olaf does not have the Ragnarok available, in a difficult position. Taric ult not available either, so RS really in a bad position here. Sean's Beard able to get out. Vayne going really deep, trying to get something if they can, but Outrage not able to find anything.
Yeah, it's really not a play that you can go for without your Gensus. You know, you have a lot of damage, but against someone like a level 12 Cassio and you're like a level 10 Vayne, you really just don't have the tools to do that kind of a damage, I guess. You really just want to have your items at that point, and she doesn't have the items to do it. And it's going to be the second Drake over here for Team Apes Strong Together. Going to get a little bit more ult CDR. We're going to see some more Cassio ults. She's really correct with these ults. I think we actually earlier, we saw like the very first Cassio ult that has been turned away from in that earlier fight with the Olaf. Of course, he would get hit by the second one. However, it's not really the best player to be like getting ulted or avoiding ults, considering how easily he's able to nullify it with his own Ragnarok. But either way, it's going to be Blade of the Rune King coming down here for the Olaf, running a lot of value in that armor shred for his team, and just doing a little bit more use when he's going to be falling off here in these later game fights.
Black Cleaver, not Blade of the Rune King.
Oh, what did I say? Did I say Blade of the Rune King?
Yeah, it's okay.
Well, that's embarrassing.
It happened.
Way, yeah.
I was like, Blade of the Rune King, Olaf, let's go.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that might be pretty good, actually. He is melee, did get buffed. You know, they definitely are stacking some HP on the side of Apes Together Strong. So, I don't know. Maybe Blade of the Rune King is what they really needed here.
Maybe in solo queue, but
yeah, maybe.
Not in this organized play. I do have the Infinity Edge coming through for this Sivir, so going to be doing a ton of damage in these fights. Those ricochets will be massive.
Absolutely, absolutely. And they don't have a lot of armor on anyone except for the Mordekaiser, who obviously did stack that earlier in the game. Did get the Seekers, did get the call out right here, maybe.
Ooh, early showstopper coming in from the set in a really difficult position. Doesn't get the shield off. Does get taken down really early. Taric ultimate getting blown. This might be a really good fight here for Rock Solid. Oh man, BNJ in a really difficult position. One more auto will take him down. Able to run himself away. Oh, able to get a couple members pulled in. Binked. Oh, really nice job. Has the pass available. ADCs trade back onto each other. Zach should be able to get away here, but oh man, that's a really nice fight for Rock Solid.
Oh yeah, Rock Solid. And Vayne especially, she was able to come up huge in that fight, and it's going to mean she's just DPSing so hard, and it's going to mean she's going to have the Ginsus now. An absolutely enormous power spike for that champion means that all those autos she was able to get off on the front line, on that set, on that Zac, she's going to get that much more. You know, she's going to start coming up really, really huge in this fight. I'm really excited to see what this player is able to do with this pick, considering some really big objectives are now going to be on the map. It is going to be the Soul Point Dragon coming up here in about a minute and a half, and it's going to be the Baron, who is still on the map 25 minutes into this game.
We haven't seen any action towards the Baron, but we've seen a lot of fight recently.
Oh, yeah.
Started off as a really slow game, but it is getting really aggressive.
100%. Did we even see a Baron take in game one? Maybe really late.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we saw a Baron take at the end. That's how they ended, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, we did see that one play where they did decide to go for that inhibitor before going for the Baron. Not something you see too often, but it can be can be pretty valuable. A little bit of a fight over here, over this Scuttle Crab. Very, very useful for establishing vision and priority on the Baron. A little bit of a mini objective right there for you. But either way, it's going to be going down to the side of Apes Together Strong. And I gotta say, Set is looking more and more big in these fights. He is going to be going for that Titanic Hydra third item. We're seeing triple damage on this guy. Going to start coming up huge in these fights. And I think it's time for him to start going into tank. I definitely want to see something like the reduces attack speed on whoever's attacking you item, especially for someone like the Vayne, who is going to be getting so much of that in her Bork Ginsu, to the point where if she has her Taric with her, and I'm not entirely sure if Set is going to be able to do too much to Vayne in these fights. She's going to be pretty difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I think a Stone Plate would also be really good for the Set. It would give him a lot of utility, just because there's a lot of mixed damage coming through the side of Rock Solid.
Yeah, I do agree with that. At the same time, you know, a lot of Vayne's damage is going to be true percentage health based, so that might come back to bite him in the butt, I guess, when it comes to that.
I mean, he's taking these big initiations onto 4 members, so definitely be able to have that. Definitely help him out to have that active to pop once you get that ultimate off.
I agree, definitely. But what's the name of the item that reduces critical strike damage? What is that?
Randuin's.
Yeah, Randuin's. Imagine that item combined with a really big settle. You know, getting that slow on top.
I mean, we don't really have any crit coming out on this Vayne. Just has the on-hit damage.
It denies attack speed. Whatever. But it is going to be
different item.
Right here. No, it denies attack speed when you're attacked. But either way, it is going to be the Baron coming down right here for the side of Rock Solid, unless Set can do anything about it.
Yep, will be just blue team go ahead, pick up the dragon. Rock Solid able to get themselves that sneaky dragon pick as ATS moves towards the dragon.
Absolutely. We are going to be training the dragon for the Baron here, and it's really going to be on the side of Rock Solid to get value off of this Baron buff. Otherwise, being at Soul Point might be pretty deadly for the side of Rock Solid. You know, Cloud Soul can be very, very impactful for these fights, especially on people like the Olaf or the Syndra or the Mordekaiser even, or the Vayne even. There's so many good users of this Cloud Soul potentially. But Apes Together Strong, not as many good users of that Cloud Soul, but just denying it is also very powerful.
Ooh, Flash comes out from Sean Spirit in a really difficult position, trying to get himself out, blows the stopwatch. Taric ult coming down, shutdown going on to this, coming through for this Vayne. And that is a huge member of Rock Solid that's just gone now.
Oh yeah. So much damage coming out there from that Silver Q, and a little bit of a dive right
Toasted Crayons in the Death Realm. It doesn't even matter. Lucian shot first, goes down. He was in a really bad position between 2 turrets.
Oh yeah. If you don't know already, when you enter the Death Realm on Mordekaiser, it brings both you and the champion you ult, but it also includes the towers in there to make it tower diving a little bit harder there in the game. And with the fight going so heavily for the side of Apes Together Strong, they're able to deny some pretty impactful Baron buffs and the pushes that would go along with that.
Ooh. Oh man, one more ball probably would have taken Toasted Crayons down.
Yeah, that was really, really close. But either way,
the W might have saved him too.
Yeah, either way, we are seeing a little bit of the scaling there coming in on the Sivir, just putting out so much damage there. About 2.5 items, almost going to have the third. Ooh!
Oh man, B&J in a really difficult position. Spell Shield will save him for now, does have the flash, flashes over the wall, gets towards his teammates, but Toasted Crayon's not in a great position either necessarily.
Oh yeah, I mean, it looked like he just used his ultimate there on the Sivir, but 3 Cloud Drakes and 20% CDR from the Essence Reaver, that is going to be a very, very short cooldown for Sivir there. Able to just use that so easily to get away from these fights. They do still have the Baron on the side of Roxal. I mean, they will have a little bit more extra here in trying to get down these early towers.
Yep, 3 to 4 now after they pick up that mid turret, trying to even up objectives if they can, but still a 4K gold lead here for the side of ATS.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Like we talked about, Vayne, he does have a lot of scaling on that champion, but if you're going to get caught out like that so early into the fights, then there's not too much value in that pick. Either way, it's really going to come down here to this, I believe, 6 dragon. Ooh, Zach's going to cheat.
Oh, leap coming in from Zach. Tarek ultimate does get blown. Zach in a difficult position, really low health here, but Set just gets killed through his ultimate. Petrifying Gaze gets blown. Oh, Zach passive gets blown down. Oh, sorry, there's a lot going on right now. It looks like this fight may be going over for Rock Solid. They are finding all of those picks, finding the Sivir, finding the Cassiopeia, finding the Leona, and this is Rock Solid's fight.
Oh yeah, definitely. Vayne came up absolutely huge in that fight. Was able to DPS down the set, then was able to DPS down the Sivir, and ultimately just moved past the front line and DPS down that Cassio, almost going down to it, miraculously able to get away. And this looks like it's going to be an inhibitor for the side of Rock Solid. Definitely, this is a teeter-totter of a game right here.
Oh yeah, definitely back and forth, but good job for Rock Solid. Set just coming back up.
Wait,
5 seconds left on Sivir. They might be going for at least a turret. I don't think they'll be able to end, but I think they should be able to pick themselves up that turret.
All right. Yeah, that's a good idea. You know, they did have an extra 10 seconds on the death timer, so they could definitely bring down one turret, but they couldn't bring out both turrets and the Nexus. That seems like a little bit extra. Either way, Cloud Drake coming up here in about a minute, meaning that we are going to see a very, very big fight right here, and some pretty big buys coming out as well. I believe we're going to see the Morello coming out here from the Syndra, and probably a Phantom Dancer, if I had to guess, from the Vayne here, right here before this Drake final response. We do have Apes together strong here at the Cloud Soul point, and meanwhile, this could be the third Drake, bringing them to Cloud Soul point for the side of Rock Solid. Either way, this is going to be a very big fight.
Oh man, that Vayne is huge now. Picks up the
Yeah.
Phantom Dancer, picks up the pickaxe and the BF sword. Really close to the
Ooh.
Infinity Edge, and once she hits the Infinity Edge, that should pretty much be GG for RS.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if she needs the additional damage from the Infinity Edge. I think there's definitely the argument to be made for going like kind of another off-tank item, like the Phantom Dancer. Like I'd really like to see maybe a Frozen Mallet or something on the Vayne, or even a really good idea is the Stone Plating, because it doesn't deny true damage, which Vayne does have a lot of in her kit. The Stone Plate could be a very good idea. I do see some people building it with the Frozen Mallet and Gintu's in the top lane, but that's more of a Bloodboy tech. Ooh, big ultimate.
Yep, Tarek ultimate coming down. This will be a really big fight for RS if they're able to win this still. And Toasted Crayons goes down to 10 ply. Dragon's still available. Death Realm gets popped, locking up the Zac, and 3 kills going over for RS already, and it should be their Cloud Drake to pick up.
Oh yeah,
Sorry, 4 kills rather.
Ooh, really big stuff. We talked a little bit about how Rock Solid don't really have the dive they need for Apes Together Strong. But Apes Together Strong, if they can't get onto that Vayne or have anything to lock her down, that just means an easy fight. And it looks like an easy win over here for the side of Rock Solid. Yeah, Syndra going down. Really, really great job by them.
Yeah, really nice job. They had 2 members that entire time in the base, picking up that last turret. And able to pick that Zac up, able to even it up 1-1 as we get ready to move into Game 3. Really good job there from Rock Solid.
Absolutely, absolutely. And what we just saw these games was a lot of front-to-back team fights, and although Sivir does skill very well, Vayne just has so many tools to deny the initiation there from the Zac, from the set, and just DPS them down, punish them for a misplayed dive. The Tarek really works well into that, combined with the cleanse that Vayne also has. So I gotta say, Outrage came up absolutely huge on the Vayne pick this game. Really, really great job by this guy.
Yeah, really excellent showing by Outrage on that Vayne. Ends up at 8, 7, and 6. Almost has the most gold on his team. Loses out on that by 21 to Halos. So really even there. But take a look at the damage real quick. Just
Yeah, let's check this out.
so much damage. 5,000 more damage than the than the Syndra rather. 27,000 damage for this Vayne.
Yeah,
It
just
is
so often
it's
in these late
massive.
game fights, she was just able to sit back and just auto attack the heck out of these tanky members of the side of Apes Together Strong. And I gotta say, I definitely want to see some better tools to work with if they decide to go for the Vayne here again in game 3 of this series. You know, probably getting a little bit more lockdown for that guy, a little bit more worked and focus on knowing who the actual carry of this enemy team is rather than just going picks on the Syndra or Olaf. Either
Yeah, and
way, yeah, you talk. You talk.
we definitely saw a smarter support pick also. The Soraka didn't really provide Outrage the kind of protection that he needed in that last game. Gave him the healing that he needed, but this Taric definitely easier to stop the aggression coming in onto the Vayne. We saw excellent Taric ults coming out from AP Buggy, and it just really empowered Outrage.
Absolutely, absolutely. We are going to be going for a little bit of a break here before game 3 of this 5 game series here at Risen Esports. This is going to be game 3. The score is tied 1-1 right now, so stick around.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Moving into Champion Select for Game 3, and we're already getting rid of that Taric that we saw be super effective in that last game.
Yeah, definitely. The story of that game one there was the Vayne just being enabled by that Taric to DPS so incredibly hard in these late game team fights. But I guess they're going to prioritize getting rid of what enabled her rather than the Vayne in this series. But either way, that is probably going to mean we're going to see one less ban on something we didn't see there earlier. Maybe we're going to see the Rise or Veigar coming out. Either way, it's going to be the Veigar there for the second ban, and Fizz and Shen, same as ever was in these bans in these series. Mordecai is another interesting one coming out. I guess they really didn't like seeing that. Definitely did a good job of shutting down the set there in that early game, although he was able to come back. But either way, I'm really excited to see if we're going to see any different comps coming out here for Apes Together Strong. They did play almost the exact same team comp there in games 1 and 2. It worked out really well game 1, but unfortunately they didn't have the answers to deal with that Vayne there in game 2. And it looks like they're going to be actually the ones picking up the Syndra for themselves rather than the Cassiopeia, as we saw there in these games.
Yep, we'll go ahead and deny that pick away from Rock Solid. The Callista didn't get banned away, left up. We'll go ahead and get picked up.
Oh yeah, that was something we saw there banned in the first 2 games, and I'm really interested to see what kind of support they're actually going to pick to combo with it.
The set's getting picked, and the Callista, the set picked with the Callista can be used as the support pick, so that is a flex we'll have to look for.
Absolutely. I mean, I would anticipate it going into the top lane, did provide a lot of value for Apes Together Strong there in the top lane, and I think it does pretty well into the Renekton, especially if either of these members rush Ninja Tabbies. But other way, Zach picked up for the 3rd game in a row for Apes Together Strong. That is just their go-to staple pick, and these guys are coming up huge with that Zach. He just provides so much value for his team, and you have to wonder, are we going to see any Zach bans in this series?
I think if we see him continue to pop off, we might see in game 4 a Zach ban, but we'll see. Have to see how he performs on that. Do see the Zillion get picked up, not necessarily a common pick.
Ooh, definitely.
Another one of those picks that can get flexed around.
Yeah, you can see it in the mid lane or the support lane. Now, I don't believe it would combo too well with the Callista, so I would anticipate him going into the mid lane if I had to guess. However, I don't know. I've seen wackier things in the wonderful world of the Rampage Open. So either way, we have a few picks left here for the ban phase here, second ban phase. Sivir actually going to be in out, so we're going to see a different AD carry.
That's really smart. I was looking for Rock Solid to pick the Ornn and use the set as the support, so I'm really good ban there for ATS.
Absolutely, I really do like seeing there for the set. Ornn, like we talked about, one of the best top laners in the game for basically the entirety of this season since he's been in, almost it seems like, so much value in that champion. Trades well, scales well, provides a lot of CC for his team. Really, there's never a bad game for Ornn if you think about it.
Yeah, he's been a mainstay since they introduced him to Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, he was a little bit bad, when they were trying to figure out what they wanted to him, or when they got rid of his Unstoppable for a while and they got rid of buffed his shield. I think he was a little bit bad there, but other than that, Galio banned out and Olaf banned out as well. I didn't even think Olaf was too good there in the game too, but I guess they think otherwise on the side of ATS, or maybe there's a specific jungle pick they're trying to lock him into. Maybe
love the Echo.
Ooh, yeah.
Echo is my favorite champion, so I'm really excited to see this. Oh yeah.
What do you like about Echo?
Love me some Echo. I love the ultimate. He just it's so much fun. You
definitely
could use it in so many different ways, and once you get to level 16, if you take Ultimate Hunter, it gets down to a 16-second cooldown.
It's honestly a ridiculously low cooldown.
So you can, at that point, you can use it to, as a teleport. You could just go back, buy your death cap or whatever, and then just instantly be back in lane, and you're full health, and it's, I love Echo. He's a lot of fun.
One pick we haven't seen so far this series is the Nautilus, and Toasted Crayons, he did play Galio lane 1, but he also has a ton of games on the Nautilus on his solo queue account. Nautilus combined with Ashe, it's going to be a lot of lockdown for their team, so they may have the tools to deal with Callista and Echo here. I believe Ashe is sort of a soft counter to Callista because of how her auto attack, both of their auto, Ashe gets that 3 frozen mallet.
And there it is.
I believe her jump distance is affected by her.
I think it's just this.
speed.
I think it slows the jumps.
Yeah, it does slow the jumps a bit. But either way, Garen there as the answer for Renekton in the top lane. You know, Garen, pretty strong champion there in solo queue. Whether or not he's just going to get kited the heck out of and CC'd in these contained coordinated fights. Not entirely sure if it'll work out there, but I'm really excited to see what this guy is going to try to do with that pick, or if Set, who I believe is the jungler, will be trying to focus him a little bit more in these fights. Definitely
No,
the Set.
it'll be Echo jungle. Yeah.
Oh, you think so? Echo
Uh,
jungle.
yeah. Echo support's not really a thing. Set
Yeah,
support
I'm
is
talking
a
about
thing
like
with the Kalista.
it could be like Zillion Callista, I guess. It wouldn't be as good as
Nah.
Zillion Set, but it could be like Zillion mid Echo jungle. You know, Echo jungle is played very, very often in solo queue because of how often he's able to, or how easily he's able to snowball with something like the Dark Harvest. You know, get that Medjay's and just go 10-1 in that game. I've seen it a lot lately. But either way, we are in the champ select. How do you think this game's going to turn out?
I definitely like how Rock Solid drafted, but I think that the Ashe is going to be really beneficial. It's really going to set up that Nautilus with the slows coming through from the autos and the volleys. I think the Renekton versus Garen matchup will probably go in Renekton's favor, and I think that Syndra should be able to kill the Zillion pre-6. So, it really just depends if they can make this Kalista set work.
Absolutely. I mean, we did see Kalista being banned out every game previously, so maybe this guy's just really OP on this champion. But I gotta say, the one thing I'm looking forward to seeing is the Syndra here over for the side of Apes Together Strong. It was picked up twice for Rock Solid, and now we're actually gonna get to see Sean's beard on this Syndra, who, I don't know, I guess he's saying, man, I can play Syndra better than this guy. I guess anyone can play this Syndra, so maybe he's going to pop off, maybe he won't. I don't believe the Echo matchup is very good for Syndra, but it sounds like you play a lot of Echo. You want to tell us a little bit about that?
Actually, if we look at the champion select, it will be Echo jungle and Zillion mid. So.
Well. All right, Zillion into Syndra. How's that matchup go?
Zillion into Syndra, like I mentioned, it really will come down to who hits 6 first, because the ultimate for Syndra provides so much damage to come through, but can really just be nullified if you can proc the ultimate, because since each ball procs individual damage for the Syndra ultimate, it gives you more time to pop your ultimate on Zillion rather than if it all the damage hit at once. So definitely gives him a little bit more time to react to it, but it will be a skill matchup.
And like we say, every skill matchup is really decided by the jungler, and I think that will actually come to play a lot here. Like Zach's probably going to have an easy time gank for the Zillion, and Echo's probably going to have an easy time ganking the Syndra, you know?
Yeah, the stuns into the Chrono Break from these Echo should result in some good ganks. I don't think we'll see ganks up in the top lane this game. We saw Templi try to gank this Renekton in the last, in game 1 rather, the last time we saw the Renekton. Didn't really work out as well for them, so hopefully they learned from that a little bit. But just based on these teams, how do you think this is going to go?
I guess I'm really excited to see how Zillion and Garen are going to play together. You know, that could... I mean, Garen usually isn't that good of a pick, but when he has the Zillion to combo with, that could enable him a lot. But other than that, I think in terms of pure team comp, I really like how Apes Together Strong drafted. They have a lot of CC, a lot of lockdown, a lot of potential for picks on what looked like a lot of very slippery picks for the side of Rock Solid. They definitely do have a little bit more opportunity to snowball on the side of Rock Solid, but if they don't get those early kills, it should be an easy game 3 here for Apes Together Strong.
Yeah, I definitely think that they have drafted themselves plenty of tools to win, so we'll have to see. It'll definitely come down to the execution of team comps. But we will go ahead and take a little bit of a break as we get rid of spectator delay, so don't go anywhere. Hello everyone, welcome back to game 3. Even up scores 1-1 here, and I have some interesting champion picks here. See the Omnistone set here and the support pick for RS. See the Zillion, which isn't as common of a mid lane pick, but
Yeah, it is what it is. Either way, this is Danielson524, and I'm really excited to be casting this game. One thing I really do like to point out is the Glacial Augment on Zillion definitely going to be providing a lot more value to a team than he would with something like a Electrocute or whatever on that champion, which I do know a lot of people do kind of like to pick. But either way, we're not seeing too many invites. We're going for a little bit of vision right here. Ooh, they might be starting this blue, actually, now that I think about it. What are they doing?
ooh. Might just be looking, like you mentioned, to get a little bit of vision down. Have to see how aggressive these teams are feeling.
Absolutely. One thing I would like to point out, I didn't even mention this, is we are seeing the Ignite Garen top. Usually you don't see top laners take anything other than teleport in a competitive setting, but this guy, my man, is going with the Ignite. He's saying, Lucian shot first, and I'm ready to get this first blood. I am looking to snowball in this kind of a matchup, which I gotta say, Garen definitely does have the tools to snowball this kind of a matchup. That silence can be really, really devastating when trying to get those trades on Renekton. Not to mention the amount of damage that Garen has in this kit. Either way, I'm really excited for this top lane matchup.
Yeah, and he does have the Conqueror as opposed to the PTA on Renekton, so I think he will have better long-term trades, especially if he can use his E. Toasted Cran's in a really bad position here. Will go ahead and get stunned up. Ignite going down. Does have to blow the flash. One more auto. Rend comes through. And that is a first blood going over to Outrage, putting him at 1-0, and oh man.
Yeah. And not having your support there for the beginning of this match was definitely be really, really insane to work with. We were just showing that they know exactly how to play this Kalista right here, showing why it was banned out the first 2 games. And I gotta say, Kalista, one of those champions you can't really fall behind on. Getting this early first blood for them, really, really big stuff.
Ooh. Yeah, and I think a really big part of that trade was both members had the Hail of Blades because of the Omnistone that Set also had a Hail of Blades. So just a ton of damage coming onto that Nautilus.
Hey, they might not have Triforce, but they do have tons of damage. Either way. Yeah, I didn't even notice that with the Omnistone. I believe it's is the first one random? How does it work?
Yeah, they're all random. Yeah, all random.
Ooh. Okay, so that was actually pretty lucky by them. They probably went for that trade knowing that they had the Hail of Blades with that. Really good job by them. Very productive. Meanwhile, we do see Syndra also has the Ignite available for her matchup. Really big stuff. Ooh. Okay.
Nice short trade, but like we mentioned, Conquer getting procced gives Garen those favorable long-term trades.
Yeah, not to mention that Garen also has the Dorn shield and his passive, meaning that he's going to be healing up a lot after these trades, as opposed to Renekton, who only has his little bit of a refillable pot with him right there. Not going to be too useful in this matchup.
Yeah, you can only heal up so much off of those Qs.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, early Chrono shift, Chrono break coming in from this Echo, trying to get dive. Oh, but a nice leap coming in from Binks, able to get a return kill, or that would have been an excellent dive coming through from Rock Solid.
Oh yeah, my man Zach is exactly where he needs to be all the time. He really knows how to play that champion, and that's why I guess he's been picking it all the time during this series. Really, really great job, this guy.
Has provided some excellent counter ganks, whether it's helping out that Cassiopeia in the river in games 1 and 2, or just really excellent play.
My man knows how to play Zach. What else can you say? Either way, CS totals, things are looking pretty good right now. Relatively even, especially in a few matchups where you think the Kalista would have been able to zone Ashe off a little bit better there with that level 1 kill. But either way, they are making the comeback. Really great job by both these guys.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think they were able to fully push it into turret. Halos in a really difficult position, has to blow the flash. Oh, man.
Oh, yeah.
Able to get himself out, though, thankfully. But yeah, I don't think they were able to fully push the bot wave under turret. I think it bounced right outside of turret right after the Nautilus died. So, and since you get the early home guards now after you die, he was able to get back to lane quick enough where it didn't necessarily affect the Ashe.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely helping you not get snowballed too hard on, but we are seeing Echo going
in. Man, Halos in a difficult position, gets ignited. Last tick might pick him up. Ignite will go ahead and pick up Halos. Solo kill going there over to Sean's Beard, and able to dodge the gank also.
Absolutely. Really, really great play by Hero Syndra. And I guess this guy definitely knows how to play that mid lane. Ooh, but
Ooh,
sometimes
BNJ in a really difficult position, gets exhausted, but able to dodge the pullback.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Zach's here.
Oh, this might. Ooh, Banks wasn't close enough when he started that leap. I think he thought he had a few more levels in that E. Unfortunately, the range is based on how many points you have in the ability.
Yeah, so he's not going to get the full distance until level 8. Not to mention how close he is to his ultimate. Level 5 right here should be getting it in about a minute. So I really would like to see some kind of return game here on this Kalista set. Definitely a lane that is possible to shut down really well. And with the amount of scaling you have with the Ashe pick and the amount of value you get, I do think there is something to be said for getting this Ashe ahead here in this game. That's going to be a lot of value right there.
Yeah, I think it's a little unfortunate that we haven't seen Zach able to back yet. Has that first kill that he got. Should have a ton of gold. Ooh, early aggression coming on to this Zach. Does have his ultimate. Zillion throws the bombs down, trying to get those last few autos down. Should be able to pick up the Zach, and Banks does go down. Really at a disadvantage because he had a ton of gold to spend. Sean's Beard able to get the scatter of the week. The bomb will take him really low. One more bomb might have done him in though.
Yeah, he also did have his ultimate available. I think he might have almost had kill pressure there on the Echo with the amount of spears he had down. Either way, he's playing the champion, not me. So, yeah, either way, Zach is finally going to be able to getting his Smite Empowerment and his Bomby Cinder, which means he's going to be so much stronger as a champion for these fights. And I really would like to see him continue this early pressure, considering how impactful these solo lanes and bot lane are going to be.
Ooh, double pullback for this set. Lots of damage coming down. Toasted Crayons had that aftershock up though, so he doesn't take much damage at all.
Oh yeah, this is a menace of a bot lane right here. This man knows exactly how to play Kalista, and this man knows exactly how to play that set support. Really great job of these guys. Ooh, channeling.
Ooh, a little bit of aggression coming through. BNJ in a difficult position. Ignite coming down. We'll go ahead and pick him up.
Oh yeah. Oh,
and this lane is dirty.
Absolutely. Being able to just combo that lockdown on the set with Kalista's damage and all the damage you get there from the set. These guys are playing it so well. And they're getting such an advantage for themselves here in the bot lane, you know? I guess these guys are going to go for the Blade of the Rune King first item. And Ashe isn't going for boots. Kalista's someone who does naturally get so much value out of those Berserker Greaves, and the 35% attack speed they get is going to be going that first. But I believe she's probably just going to get to Blade of the Rune King before Ashe will. But now Zach has something to say about it.
Yep, four members in this bot side as Syndra moves down. Also trying to find Set. Does get caught up in a really difficult position. Should be able to get a really nice amount of damage and shielding from the W. But both members should be going down here. Teleport coming in, but that'll put Zillion in a really difficult position. Able to speed himself up and get out, but
yeah,
a little slow activating that teleport.
Yeah, you needed to teleport way sooner if you're Zillion right there. Like, it looked like he started channeling his teleport after Kalista had already died. Like, the second he saw the Syndra coming into that bot lane, he should have started it immediately. A little bit of a misplay there by Zillion. He's going to lose a lot of CS for it, and probably going to lose a dragon for it right here, as well as all the kills that they may have been able to get if he was able to cast that ultimate on someone like the Kalista a little bit earlier in that fight. Either way, it's still looking like a very close game. They do have a little bit of a gold lead there on the Kalista still, and top lane still going very, very well for Garen. Look at that.
Oh man, yeah, has himself a really nice CS lead. Pick himself up those Berserker Greaves, especially nice with the buffs that came through onto his E. Oh, the ultimate from Kalista coming through. 2v1 here for Sean Spirit in a really bad position. One more auto, pick him up. Outrage, picking up the Syndra in a 2v1.
Oh yeah. I gotta say, I thought this guy was good on the Vayne, but this man knows exactly how to be playing.
Oh man, Outrage. That was really unfortunate. Does get hit by the tower shots. AP Buggy. Ooh, just half a second early there.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Little unfortunate.
A little cocky.
Yeah, yeah. Gotta get that timing very, very precise on these zonies and stopwatches, especially against someone like a Zach. Ooh, what's happening? What's happening?
Oh man, Lucian shot first. Does get the ignite down, but Triumph will save Depression.
Yeah, he was just so low going to that fight, and you do have a lot of unexpected damage with the ignite and with the ultimate, but like you got to cast your ignite a little bit sooner, like before Renekton uses his E, I guess, or his Q, I guess. There's just so much healing on that he couldn't afford to
Oh, man.
He probably would have won if he cast it earlier.
AP Buggy going super deep, trying to pick up depression, but in between two towers, he'll find himself some safety. Didn't know that the jungler was there also.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He almost got that pickup right there onto the Renekton. But either way, things are going to feel really, really bad right now if you're the Garen. You know, you took the ignite and you weren't really able to get too much value off of it. And now you're just gonna be having to lose out on that TP advantage that Renekton will get naturally.
Zillion moving into the bottom side.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, ultimate just gets popped by the Nautilus, puts him in a really difficult position. Chainlock coming in, pops the ultimate, but oh man. Lots of damage coming through for Outrage. Doesn't quite get the rend. Halos has to flash to dodge Scatter the Weak. Puts him in a really difficult position. Ooh, flash stun coming in from AP Buggy, trying to find himself something, but will just have to back up and save his teammates, providing a lot of poke. Oh, that's a really bad hook. Oh man, Outrage unfortunately gets caught up there. And this is a really good fight for ATS. One member does go down as Echo able to pick up the AD carry there, but oh
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, things are just looking a little unfortunate right now. You can see how they're trying so hard to get these kills here onto Callista. At the same time, that's being matched so well here by Apes Together Strong, shutting him down. Really great roams here by Syndra. Really just showing off like the difference here in the mid lane. Like so often these roams by Zillion don't result from much, or they're not very like well timed. But when Syndra's coming bot, she means business. You know, she knows exactly what she's doing on this champion, and she knows exactly how to play this macro. Really great job here by Sean's Beard so far in this series.
Yeah, I think we've seen really good macro in general from ATS. Depression, not really knowing how to trade into this Garen.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I mean, as long as you don't die during the trades, you will naturally get a little bit of advantage because you're Renekton and he's Garen. But I don't know. At the same time, I see these Zillion roams. I'm like, man, if you just like would have waited a second and not shown that you were there, you probably could have waited for Renekton to watch up a little bit and probably get something off that. You know, like, I don't know, this guy and the way that he's like building too. He's going for the. Do you even go for a Rod of Ages on Zillion? I thought you went tier.
Not if. Typically, if you're going for the Glacial Augment, you're going Super Soaker first item.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I completely forgot about that.
I'm just really confused by the Zillion build.
Yeah.
You're typically going Super Soaker. Oh, man, I don't know who got it. It looks like it went over to... I can't see. A lot of damage coming through. Tenply able to get himself another kill in a really difficult position. No ultimate available for him now. Does get shut down as the balls get thrown out by Syndra. Okay. Trying to get one more kill, but does go down as Lucian Shot first drops the ignite. Zach had his passive though, and that'll be another kill going over to the side of Rock Solid here. Who got the? Okay, it looks like Garen. Yeah. So Rock Solid picking themselves up a couple kills and picking themselves up that Rift Herald. Positioning themselves up to a really good mid game here.
Absolutely, absolutely. We can see the CS difference here now in the top lane. Combined with all the gold he's about to get from this, he's going to be so far up. Oof. Oh my god.
Yeah, and he forces the teleport out of Garen, so that's huge, especially because there should be some big fights coming up soon.
Absolutely, absolutely. We are seeing that the first dragon is still on the field. It is going to be Infernal, meaning both souls are going to put a lot of value on it.
Oh man, a ton of damage coming through.
Absolutely, absolutely.
But it is level 11 now for Lucian, so he has a ton of extra healing now from his passive. 4 members for ATS on this Baron. I'm sorry, on this dragon.
Yeah, alright. Ooh, hold up. Set's going in.
Oh, Set's going deep, trying to find the Syndra. Won't quite get that pullback.
Absolutely, absolutely. Meanwhile, it should be pointed out that they are naturally going to have a little bit of advantage at these neutral game fights because they have the second smite there. With the Callista, she is going to have a lot of extra secure damage on this, but whether or not Zach can get in there, maybe see someone, is to be said. Let's hope for it. Yep, there it is.
Oh man, yep, like you mentioned, that Rend will go ahead and pick up the dragon, are able to find the enemy jungler also. This should be a big fight for ATS.
Ooh.
We'll get the Callista ult, will get him out.
Yeah, not to mention how much...
And, yeah, able to pick up another kill. Oh, man, massive dive coming in. Quadra kill coming through for this Syndra, and she is 7-2-3.
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice the quadra kill right there. I guess she just last hit all of those. Like, it didn't look like she was doing too much damage in that fight. It looked
The
like it got
KS
so much.
Quadra.
Yeah. Yeah, it looked like Zach was doing a lot of value for his team right there, getting these great initiations. Like the way he was able to walk back and get that double knockup when they thought they were safe on the side of Rock Solid really just shows you how good this guy is at that Zach and how much value he's able to get from that. And that's first turret too. Damn.
Yeah, and that is one fight going over. They get themselves that I'm sorry, they give up the dragon, actually. Lose the dragon, pick up that first turret, though, and they pick themselves up the Quadra onto Syndra, so she'll be massive now.
Absolutely.
It'll be nice to see how we get to see Syndra play from ahead.
I think I have a little bit of a bug on my clan. I'm not seeing any dragons showing up right now. But either way.
Yeah, that's how it was for me last game.
Yeah, we
last
do have
game
the,
I couldn't see the dragons.
Absolutely. Yeah, we do have the Triforce picked up right here for the Garen. So if there ever was a power spike for this guy, this is definitely going to be it right here. Going to be a lot of value in these trades right here. Not to mention how low his power is and how good that is. Giving him a little bit extra gold. Ooh, Echo's cut out.
Oh, Echo in a really difficult position. Does have Zillion here. Nice stun coming through.
Ooh.
Oh, Ultimate does get popped, and that'll be a nice trade back onto Toasted Crayons. He will go down. Binks in a really difficult position. Also, no passive able to save him this time, and he goes down.
Oh.
Ash has to blow the flash just to save herself. Oh, man. AP Buggy really playing this set well.
Yeah, this guy, I gotta say, this is a power bot lane right here.
Oh, man. Huge dive coming in. Oh, Zillion ult thankfully available because I don't think the Echo ult was.
Yeah,
All of these time abilities.
He did have his shield coming up in a sec. Whether or not that would have been enough to save him right there, I don't believe. Ooh,
I think that was a third turret shot. Don't think it would have done it. Ultimate is available for Garen. Dropping the sword, picking up the Syndra, and that is massive shutdown gold going over to Garen.
See, I thought this game was going over to the side of ATS really easy, but these last two fights have been absolutely huge. For Rock Solid, they've gotten the dragon, they've gotten all these objectives right here, and I gotta say, it's all on the back, really, of this bot lane, with Outrage and AP Buggy just being able to initiate such good fights and put out such good damage, providing so much value for their team. Really great stuff.
Yeah, and they lost the first turret in the bot lane, but they were able to pick themselves up 2 in 1 push, setting themselves at a 3,000 gold lead at 17.5 minutes. There's not even a Baron to pick up yet.
Woo! Oh yeah, you love seeing it. You love seeing it.
And this is definitely the lane that they want to get pushing, especially to position themselves for like a 20-minute Baron. If they can get bottom pushing into Nexus turrets, inhibitor turret rather, that would be really dangerous for ATS.
Yeah, not to mention how much value they're going to have when going for this Baron, you know? Kalista is naturally a champion where you get a lot of value out of it because of like the way her ultimate works, the way her E works when going for this Baron. Really easy to take them right there. And, oh, free tower here on the top side, it looks like.
Yeah, and I think this will just put Binks in a really difficult position. Depression showing up, trying to help him out if he can. Ultimate getting popped by the Renekton. Teleport coming through from Zillion. Seth's also here to help out, but it might be a really bad spot here. Ooh, Binks taking a lot of damage, getting ignited. Might be going down here. I think he should have his passive available. Yep, passive is available. Zillion pops the ultimate, will stay alive. Depression in a really difficult position. So many spears and it gets rented and he just gets popped. B&J, oh, trying to get more kills. Oh, that's a double kill coming through for the Zac, and that's huge. Binks, oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
One more auto. Oh my goodness, the madman.
Oh,
he's a madman.
He is madman. Like, I mean, that was a really good fight, but the back end of that, why would you go back in there, Zach? You know, you already won. That was like a half-health Zillion. You were at like 200 HP. I don't know what you're in the game.
That double kill was huge, though.
Yeah, that was a really huge double kill, and it might have been the swing they needed to turn this game around. You know, they do naturally have a lot better scaling on the champions they picked in the Syndra, in the Ashe, in the Zac over the Echo, I believe. So you really can't be afford to giving over these kind of kills when you are going to be rock solid in this game.
But there were a couple kills traded on both sides of the map, so we are still sitting at that 3,000 gold lead.
Absolutely. One thing I would like to point out is that Ashe did also go for the Blade of the Rune King build, meaning she will not have as much CDR in her kit for these spammed arrows looking for these fights. Either way, third dragon of the game, Mountain Drake, going to be the Mountain Soul for this game in the series right here. Really interested to see how these guys are going to play it.
Yeah, I'm always really surprised to not see the Ash opt for an Essence Reaver. It provides
Uh-huh.
so much extra mana too, and Volley, I believe it costs like 80 mana at level 5, so it's just a really costly spell.
Yeah, I've even seen some people going for Essence Reaver and Triforce on that champion, just getting that easy
Yeah.
40%, getting like your ultimate on like a 30-second cooldown late game. Absolutely insane stuff. But either way, both teams playing around this really well. We did see it get started a little bit earlier from that Ash volley,
Yeah,
but we
you
do have
need to get
Callista
Callista
instead.
over onto that Drake though.
Yeah, Callista's in side wing. She's ready to pop off. Oof,
Ash
hold
up
up.
coming in, will hit set. He gets chained up. Uh, Ooh,
Oh,
another kill coming through for junglers as this Echo is starting to pop off in a really difficult position now for ATS as multiple members go down. Really nice resurrect coming from Zillion, and that'll be a perfect ace coming through. They don't even lose a member. And this is rock solid in a really good position to win this game.
yeah, they're pinging the
21 minutes.
Baron.
Baron is available. Ping's coming out onto it.
Yeah, really, really great stuff here by Roxel. Able to just turn around this series. So great from this team, and it looks like it's going to be the free Baron. Renekton does have his teleport. We still have 10-second death timers on almost everyone on the enemy team, and they should do pretty quick work of this considering the champions they have.
Yeah, we questioned the Zillion a little bit. We questioned the Echo a little bit, but we're showing that both of these death denial abilities are really showing up.
Oh yeah, definitely the play on this game so far from Apes Together Strong has been going for these picks with the Zac and with the bot lane, definitely with the supports they're going to pick, and being able to just deny those picks with the Zillion ultimate is so valuable for the side of Roxal. It's really just a game of countering one thing and countering another thing with another thing. You know, their option for game 2 was going for the Vayne, who's naturally going to be really, really difficult to get on top of, and combined with the Tarek. And with the Zillion, you're able to do a lot of very similar stuff with that. Really great job by these guys.
Yeah, and unfortunately for ATS, they didn't ban that Callista, so they're in a really bad position now. Oh man, 4 members strong here for ATS. Echo on the backside trying to pick up a member if he can. Ultimate still available, should be able to get a ton of damage. Massive Echo ult coming through, does a ton of damage to BNJ, and he is huge. Oh man, nice heal, I'm sorry, resurrection coming through for Zillion. Able to save Outrage, able to keep him from getting shut down, and 10 ply is massive on this Echo. He goes down, but oh man, another ace coming through for Rock Solid, only losing 2 members.
I was going to say, a little deep there by Echo, but when you have your entire team to back you up, killing those last 2 members of Apes Together Strong, it's going to mean a lot of free turrets and probably an inhibitor coming out right here for the side of Rock Solid. These guys
Did you see that
more and
chrono
more solid.
break?
Oh yeah, that was huge.
That chrono break was insane.
Yeah, yeah. I gotta say though, they are getting a lot of value out of a stopwatch this game. They no longer have the stopwatch available for this set. He definitely got so much value out of it being invulnerable for 2 seconds at the beginning of that fight, able to combo it up with a really, really good ultimate and just catch up that Ashe. Gotta say, things are looking rough right now if you're Ashe. You're really not DPSing too hard, and you're really not providing too much value with your arrows, with your picks. Things are. I really want to see him turn it around a little bit more. He is going for a little bit more of a utility style build. It looks like with the Blade of the Rune King, with the Grievous Wounds so far. Even though they don't really have too many people that can proc Grievous Wounds or can heal too much on the side of Rock Solid. So I do have to question that build a little bit. I really would have liked to see like Essence Reaver.
I'm questioning also not opting for the Berserker's Greaves. Like, it's such an effective item on Ashe, and we still haven't seen those boots 2 come through yet.
Absolutely, absolutely. Being able to have the Berserker Creeps would be very, very big for avoiding these initiations here from the set and from the Echo. Just a little bit extra move speed, you know. People don't talk about how useful move speed is in this game.
Oh, move speed is the best stat in League of Legends.
Absolutely, absolutely. Either way, we are seeing a pretty major gold lead, 8K at 24 minutes for the side of Rock Solid, and an 8 kill lead as well. Another initiation look like here.
Ooh, big fight coming in. Huge set alt, and this is a dead Nautilus. Echo just pops the chrono break, shifts back, and he is pretty much full health again. This could be a game-ending fight here from Rock Solid. Up 9 kills, up almost 10,000 gold. Ooh, massive flash coming in. Sean's Beard in a really difficult position, gets pulled out by the Callista ult, throws him back in, gets the knockup, and this is a not dead Zac, but a passive pop on the Zac. Will be dead shortly. Ooh, AP saves himself, able to get themselves a kill onto that Echo, thankfully, but 4 members still alive for Rock Solid, looking to back out.
Absolutely. And I gotta say, this series is just looking like attempts for initiation on the side of Apes Together Strong, and really, really good initiation denial on the side of Rock Solid. These guys, they know exactly what they need to do. They won it in game 1 with the Taric Vayne, denying the initiation there. In this next game, they had a winning bot lane, and then that combined with the Zillion, and they're just looking so difficult right now. If you're Zac and your really only use is going for initiation in these fights, of course you were able to do so much for your team earlier in this game. But now, when initiations aren't that good, what do you even do if you're this team? Do you even have another card to play?
I'm not sure. Like, this Echo is just able to get into the backside and just completely slip out. So I think as soon as you see the Echo, you just need to direct all of your crowd control at him to keep him from being able to use that ultimate.
Oh yeah, he's coming up so huge from his team. 11-5 right now on that pick. It's definitely a much bigger turnaround than from that Graves we saw game 1. Character development, what that is.
This is what I like to see. Sitting at level 14, 44 seconds on that cooldown. When he hits 16, it's going to be even more ridiculous. Zac getting stunned up by the double bomb. Banks in a really difficult position. Outrage able to get that kill. Oh man, AP is huge. Has that stone plate. Has the. Oh man. This is just excellent team fighting coming out. Tenply trying to find the Syndra. Able to pick up the triple kill. Moving to 14, 5, and 10.
Wait,
Another kill.
Teleports,
yeah. This will be game 2. Game 3. Their game 2 for a 2-1 for Rock Solid. Just excellent play for both of these time users, the Zillion and the Echo.
Oh yeah, Time Squad coming up huge so far this game.
Popping the sit-ups. Had to flex on him.
Had to flex on him, yeah. It's going to be in the base a little bit, so might end up going down for that, ruin his KDA, but it is going to be game 3 going the side of Rock Solid. 2-1 right now in this series, and definitely showing that they have what it takes to go the distance in this series. Really, really great job. Whoever wins this goes to finals, and really the damage chart shows you exactly what happened so far in this game with all the enabling that he had going for him, and how difficult it was for them to get those initiations onto Echo. Combined with the winning bot lane, he just popped off so hard and was able to just decimate the backline these games. They really didn't have the tools to deal with him.
He did as much damage as that Vayne did last game. Like, that's ridiculous.
It is, honestly. And a champion like Echo, who honestly, it looked like they should have had the tools to deal with him. They have major sources of CC on every member of their team. But like you said, Echo can just be so incredibly slippery with his ultimate, with the Zillion. And that combined with the Kalista, Garen, both of which who won their lane, just being able to just DPS as hard as possible on the rest of the team. You really can't afford to focus too much on the Echo when you have all these threats in every lane.
Yeah, and if we think about it, it was just really excellent drafting from Rock Solid. Anytime they had a member dive in for any of their members, they had a way to pull them out. They had a way to save them. If it's the Echo diving in, popping the ult. If it's the Garen diving in with the Zillion ult on top of him. If it's the Set popping his ult, going really deep and then getting pulled back by the Kalista ult. There's so many possibilities for them to just disengage fights, to engage fights. They just had a really excellent draft there.
Absolutely. I completely agree. Either way, we will be going to a short break here before game 4 of this 5-game series. Whether or not we get to game 5 will be determined by this next game. Either way, stick around.
welcome back. We are here for game 4, and we are seeing that problem Echo just get banned out right away.
Absolutely. I say last game, definitely the play here was being able to prevent the initiations on the side of Apes Together Strong. It looks like they're even banning out so much from this. They ban out the Tarek, they ban out the Echo. They are leaving the Zillion available and the Callista available as well. So that might prove a little problematic for them when we get to this pick phase. But either way, it's going to be the same bans here on the side of Rock Solid as it has been this entire series. But Mordekaiser picked up first pick here for ATS. Whether or not we're going to see any kind of response to the Callista first pick here for Rock Solid might indicate where this fourth game of the series is going to go.
Yeah, I would not be surprised to see them just go ahead and snatch up that Callista set once again.
Oh yeah. It looks like the first pick is going to be picked up right here. Whether or not to decide to go for that set, again, it's going to be something here altogether. Or if they even prioritize the Zillion over it. I know he didn't play too well, we thought, in the earlier parts of the game, but he came in so useful for his team later in here. Although Apes Together Strong, maybe they decide for something other than initiation for these fights. Ooh.
Looks like that super powerful lane is an option. We'll see if it gets locked in. They do still have one more pick this round. I don't think we'll see ATS try to pick away a Zillion. That's not typically a pick you can test over, so
yeah,
it's a possibility. We'll see. But
the big question is going to be whether or not they decide to go for that Zac there in the jungle, something they've gone for every game in this series. By the way, it looks like it's going to be the Sivir Galio. Definitely pretty good at presenting initiations on the enemy team's side, but whether or not it's going to be good enough to keep them alive here in the bot lane with that very, very powerful Callista set duo is going to be the question.
I don't know if you necessarily want to taunt the Callista set if you're the Galio. Primarily excels into the AP champions, and both of those are hard AD, and they'll definitely smack you.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, in the top lane, it looks like it's going to be the Jax counterpick for the Mordekaiser. I know this lane can go either way, but after about 20 minutes, it definitely goes much harder on the side of Jax. You get to the point where Mordekaiser can just ult you, and you still win these fights. Basically, you get the Triforce, you get like one other item, maybe a part of a Tiamat, and then Death's Dance. You're just healing through all this guy's damage, and he really can't do much about it, considering how much of his damage is in the auto text that you deny from. Either way, second big ban phase coming out here. It is going to be the Zillion banned out from the mid lane. Even though he didn't do too well in the early phases of the game, he was just providing a lot of value for his team. They banned out 3 very core members of the enemy team when it comes to preventing initiation. So we're going to have to see if Rock Solid has anything else to deal with that, or if it's just going to be the same thing we saw there in game 1, where ATS, they have their winning lanes and they have a much better.
Give me the Shyvana. Give me the Shyvana, yes.
Okay.
Give me the Shyvana.
I gotta say, at this kind of a level, I'm not too excited about seeing what I assume would be an AP Shyvana on the side of Rock Solid. If that's a regular Shyvana, it turns out that Incravitus is, or however you say this guy's name, is actually a really good regular Shyvana player that could provide a lot of value for him. But right now, you're setting yourself up to be stomped on right now in the jungle matchup by this Olaf. Really just no point of the game until 25 minutes where you can afford to actually fight 1v1 the Olaf. So it's really going to be very important for the mid lane, which we already saw is very heavily favored to the side of Apes Together Strong, to lock this down. But the Rise pickup, Halos has been hiding it this whole series, could provide a lot of value for his team. This guy has a very good win rate with Rise and solo queue, and he is a Rise main. So this is setting himself up for a very, very exciting game 4 here in this series. Really excited to see what we got.
Yeah, lots of mixed damage coming through for both teams, to be honest. A little more on the side of Rock Solid, as they don't really have much AD aside from the Sivir. The Olaf will provide a little bit, but he's pretty much going to go tanky, I believe. I think the Olaf will be a good ball delivery system for the Orianna once he is able to pop the Ragnarok and just run in there. So that will definitely be good.
Well he combos with the Galio ultimate as well. You know?
Yeah, those ultimates will definitely work well together. Have to see how that works out. But based on these teams, who do you think is going to take this game forward? Do you think we're going to have Rock Solid move into the finals, or do you think we're going to have ATS move us into game 5?
Well, I really like the adaptation they're showing over here on the side of ATS, changing over from the Zac pick to the Olaf. If he plays Olaf as well as he played Zac, I think it should be very, very easy for him. However, you saw how much Rock Solid was able to dominate that bot lane, and even though they didn't really have too much pressure there from the mid lane, even if Zillia did come in very much handy in the later portions of the game, but thinking that mid lane might be like a factor now rather than just like losing lane, being late to roams like he was in these earlier games in the series. I'm really excited to see what Rise can do in this matchup or on his main champion right here. So I gotta say, it's definitely going to be on the Rise Shyvana duo to show me that these guys are capable of playing more than one playstyle. You know, the denial of the initiation, like they were able to do there in games 2 and 3. Also, like just seeing how much Olaf is able to take away from Shyvana in this game, whether or not they decides to go for that AP Shyvana is also going to be very, very big. I think in this kind of a matchup specifically, I really would like to see a Bloodraiser Tiamat into full tank on Shyvana, just like frontlining for the rest of your team, because it's not really like you need that much more magic damage, because you do have the Rise, you just pump it out. You know, being able to just be a body in the front line and just shred those guys like the Mordekaiser, like the Galio, like the Olaf, and be a factor a little bit earlier in the game than AP Shyvana likes to be. Because if you notice, these last 2 games haven't been going very long. I don't think they've gone past 30 minutes.
I think, yeah, they have been hovering right around 30 minutes. I'm not exactly sure how long they have been. We will go ahead and take a little bit of a break as we get ready to finish up Champion Select and move into Spectator Delay. Oh, man. Yeah, we had a lobby getting remake, so yeah. We'll be back in a few minutes while we get this all sorted out. Sorry about that. Hello, everyone. Welcome back here for Game 4 as we get ready for ATS versus Rock Solid. Moving in, we have some pretty unconventional picks for normal. If we look like the AP Shyvana, well, we're thinking AP because it's the Dark Harvest. I mean, always a possibility that he could build differently, but not sure about that. Surprised to see the we've been struggling with it
30
all
seconds
all
until minions
cast.
spawn.
Phase rush.
Phase Rush, yes. Surprised to see the
Yeah.
Phase Rush rather than the Conqueror on the rise. Typically, you see the Conqueror. It provides a lot of healing for him.
It does. It does. There is a lot of value for going for the phase rush too, especially when you're playing against champions like the Olaf, who you can't just like outrun. Get a lot of value that way. Either way, I was just talking about this in cast. How I don't think that Shyvana is a very, very good pick into the Olaf. It's really dependent on not getting set too far behind in the first two clears, and really just waiting until like about 25 minutes to the point where you get your items, you get your scaling, and you really just get the opportunity to pop off that way. Additionally, she does have the Rise on her team, so that's going to mean that probably a Spirit Visage or some Magic Resist is going to be built on the champions like the Olaf or Mordekaiser, making things a little bit harder for that champion. Either way, I am really happy to see this champion getting played. I really do like seeing an AP Shyvana, probably one of my favorites, second most champion played this game. Either way, we are seeing both top side starts for both champions. Obviously, on AP Shyvana, you want to avoid the enemy jungler as long as possible because of how bad your early clear is. So she's probably going to go, yeah, there it is, to Krugs, then to Chickens, then Wolves, Blue, Gromp. I know is the clear right now. If you get that done by about 315 or 320, you should be a pretty good state. But it looks like the Olaf is also going to be first clearing. So it should really be on him to go for a little bit more in this early game, make himself known, and not just give this free time away to Shyvana. Either way, we do have some other interesting matchups. I see Kalista and Set also are in the bot lane again, meaning that we had a lot of pressure for them late game, and I really hope to see a repeat of that pressure here in Game 4.
Oh yeah, set. AP did a really good job on the set in that last game. See if he can repeat that again.
Absolutely. Honestly, like, we talked about how good the lockdown is in lane, but something we didn't even talk about was how deep you're able to go on set in these team fights. You know, being able to just like run up with a Q, ultimate to go even further back, and then continue to get pulled away by the Kalista is just so much breaking value for a champion like Set. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, a little bit of an early pullback onto BNJ. Get the nice damage coming through from the W, but the aftershock will provide a lot of reduced damage onto Toasted there. Lucian trying to get the early stun down. Depression in a difficult position as Jax just trades really well.
Absolutely, and he did go for the corrupting pot here at this matchup, meaning he is going to have a little bit of sustain advantage for the first few levels until that runs out. I get that shield does also give you some sustain, but it's just so hard to match the sustain you get from the corrupting pot, from the biscuits, and probably from the time warp tonic he took there in his runes. That's going to be really, really big here for Jax, and if he starts hitting a little bit more CS, that could be very, very good for shutting down the Mordekaiser.
Yep, junglers moving in towards the bottom side. It looks like Olaf was spotted out, walked over a ward.
Yeah.
It looks like they might be trying to collapse on him. Binks will get the slow off, but in a little bit of a difficult position.
They're probably going to want to avoid some of these earlier fights that they could have gone for in Game 2 because, like, Shyvana before you hit 6 really is AP Shyvana before you hit 6 really isn't that much of a champion. Really just talking about why I like AD Shyvana so much more in this matchup, where it's really important to be able to match the Olaf in this early game pressure. You know, if you were on that AD Shyvana, you had that press the attack in your runes and the bonus little attack speed you get from opting into the precision tree. You can make the argument to start fighting this guy, especially when you have a little bit of an advantage there in your bot lane. Just showing you like some of the things you have to give up when you're going for the late game scaling on that AP Shyvana. But either way, it looks like she will be going for something here in the top lane. Whether or not they're able to make use of it is another question entirely.
Yep, looking for action up in the top lane. Props the stun, but won't find anything off of that. Outrage in a difficult position. Gets the taunt down onto Outrage, but Binks not able to move into the bot lane quick enough.
Yeah, they didn't even have to expend any of their summoner spells to avoid that gank. Really, really great job at them. However, the dragon, first dragon of the game, will be coming up here in about a second. It is going to be an Infernal. Very, very impactful for both teams.
Oh man, double stun coming down. A lot of damage going on to Outrage. It gets killed by the Ricochet coming through. AP Buggy goes down also. And that is a lot of early aggression in this bottom lane. It puts them in a nice position for this dragon.
Absolutely, and you can see Callista, she did have her heal there. Really unfortunate she wasn't able to use it. Otherwise, it might have meant that they were able to get out alive. Either way, that's going to be 2 kills and an early Infernal.
Oh man.
Ooh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's probably going to want to teleport back after that one. Really, really good
Yeah.
trade there. Oh, he still has 2 biscuits, though.
Yeah, the Counter-Strike saved his life, though.
Yeah, really, really, really close stuff. Either way, Shyvana's making for a play here in the top lane. Jax does have a Vamp Scepter. I mean, he might be going for something here. Has a little bit more sustain. But Shyvana, level 4 versus level 5, so she's probably not going to be able to win that fight too easily, especially considering how far away Jax was easily teleported. He didn't have any kind of ward there in the River Brush, meaning that might have given him a little bit of better positioning. But meanwhile, Rise is finishing up his tier, going to be helping with his scaling a little bit so far in this game. Meanwhile, Shyvana does not currently have any jungle camps available for himself. Oh, never mind. She has that available. Guess it's not showing up on my map.
Yeah,
Yeah,
my map's having issues with jungle camps this game.
Either way, Riot is a small indie company, and we can't expect this kind of thing from them. Ooh, going in.
Ooh, not able to get that pull. Did get taunted, so really unfortunate there for AP Buggy.
Yeah, that could have been really good considering he has the Aftershock available right now in his rotation. Get that. Yeah,
Yep, as we look at the lanes, a little bit of an early CS lead here for Callista, even though she was forced out of the lane with the kill, but pretty much even in top and jungle. Yeah, pretty much even everywhere across the map.
Yeah, and I gotta say, even though they do have a better team fight, the scaling advantage is there for the side of Rock Solid. So the longer this goes on without too much more happening, the better chance they have of just carrying away with this game. I'm really liking this guy on the rise, and I'm really liking the fact that AP Shyvana is getting time to scale. Although she did decide to go for the red smite, not entirely sure if she'll get too much value out of that. Maybe it's a little bit better.
A dagger, so
yeah, the dagger is generally used for that early bone gnashers too, getting you a little attack speed, helping you with your clear. That is how you build the champion, I believe. Yeah, either way, that's a really good first back by him. Getting the upgraded smite, getting the boots, getting the dagger, helping you get that clear, helping you get those camps, helping you scale. Ooh, Jax is going in.
Ooh, really close to getting that stun off. If he had the boots, he probably would have gotten it. Mordekaiser does have the boots. Jax does not. So
here's the question, though: is Jax gonna be going for a Blade of the Rune King first item? I do think there's a lot of value in going for that. What's the component that Vamp Scepter builds out of? You know what it's called?
The Bilgewater Cutlass?
Yeah, Bilgewater Cutlass, really helping you run down an enemy top laner, especially in a lane so long, like top or bot lane. Definitely so much value in an early Bilgewater Cutlass. And if you did have
he definitely excels with that attack speed that you get also.
Absolutely, absolutely. Meanwhile, the second dragon of the game, the first Infernal did go over to the side of Apes the other strong, but the second dragon will be the Cloud, meaning it's either going to be the mountain or the ocean for our soul for this game. Really, really important stuff. And both of them
man, AP Buggy trying to move in deep, blows the flash, gets a stun back. Do have the big Shyvana here, but will have to just walk themselves away. AP Buggy in a difficult position. Probably 2 more autos to take him down. BNJ trying to get himself out. But we do have Mordekaiser up on the top side trying to run down Outrage. Gets a kill onto Outrage, and this is a big fight here for ATS.
Ooh.
Able to find themselves 3 kills, rather. And that is 5-0 for ATS is 9 minutes. 9 minutes here.
Yeah, that teleport from the Mordekaiser, absolutely huge stuff here for swinging this bot lane away from where it was there in game 3. Hopefully Jax can get some kind of shove, get some tower platings down, get some extra gold that way, because otherwise he is going to be falling a little bit further behind in this matchup thanks to that. It looks like he's going to be going for some kind of a freeze there in the top lane, but Mordekaiser is going to be strong enough to just run him down, so I'm not entirely sure if that's the play there or if he's going to get enough value out of this. Either way, the freeze is going to be breaking, meaning he might be able to get this down to tower by the time that Mordekaiser gets here, but he won't be able to have enough to get any plating. Either way, second dragon of the game here up here in about 30-45 seconds. Hopefully we see some kind of contest on the side of Rock Solid, otherwise things might get a little difficult.
Yeah, and we do have ults available pretty much across the board, so that should be a really interesting dragon fight coming across. Teleport should be available for Lucian shot first, I think.
I don't think
maybe a little bit late. Yeah, it depends on if they start it right away. So we'll see.
Absolutely.
Definitely closer than than Depression.
Yeah, however, Olaf is on the top side of the jungle. Meanwhile, Shyvana is near the dragon. Because of her passive, she gets 10% bonus damage to the dragon, not to mention how much just shred she has in her kit, in her E, in her W, where she can naturally get a lot that way. So she could solo it very easily if she has priority in both the mid and bot lane, which she does right now. So with Olaf revealing himself in the top lane, I'd go for an early solo right there if I were
Yep.
Shyvana. A really good,
Warthog
really
comes
good
through
play
for
there.
Lucian. Yep. Warthog goes through. He'll be just fine and buys himself a ton of time and information there, and should be a Drake going over.
Oh yeah, Rise can't actually back. Why did Rise back right there? He doesn't have teleport, and he's kind of
Oh man, Rise kind of screwed them on that fight a little bit, and that will be a kill going over to Sean's Beard, performing really well on this Oriana.
Yeah, they must have been saying in the comms that, hey, we're going to go for a dragon right here. And as soon as they go for that, and how important it is for them to have priority in both the bot lane and the mid lane, they had it in the bot lane. Of course, they did eventually get roamed on by that, by the Sivir and Galio. Rise just backing there really just makes no sense. Honestly, it's really troll, honestly, and he might have just thrown the game right there.
Yep, Death Realm coming out. Depression blowing the flash, trying to get away, but Lucian shot first, able to pick up the solo kill. Palos in a really difficult position here, trying to get himself away from 3 members. Will just go down as the axe comes in from Banks.
Yeah, really unfortunate stuff right here in the mid lane. Not able to match the roam by the Ori, not able to avoid that gank or the roam right there, and things are looking a little bit rough right now if you are rock solid. It's not looking like you're going to get enough time to get the scaling advantage. The one saving grace is that we do have Jax with that solo kill there in the top lane. Hopefully he's getting a little bit more value for himself. Maybe we can see a first tower going down, something there. Otherwise, it's going to take some pretty big team fight swings for the side of rock solid if they want to get back into this game.
Yeah, Jax able to finish the Blade of the Rune King, so has that extra attack speed, has a lot of extra kill threat, especially with the slow that comes off that active.
Absolutely. He was able to kill Mordekaiser in that Death Realm, just showing how much that champion brings to the 1v1. Really good job by this guy, and some pretty good vision happening right here for Set. Ooh, they got you guys.
Oh yeah, really close. Unfortunately, for Rock Solid here, haven't been able to necessarily make the Callista set work in the same way that they did last game.
Uh-oh. Alright, yeah,
Tenply just has to blow the ult to get away.
Yeah, we do see she has to... really hard to just be able to get those solos down there on against such a strong early game champion like the Olaf, especially when you don't have the priority there, or you're just letting the side lanes or the solo lanes roam. On that, you can see how she tried to go for the dragon solo. She tried to go for the solo there on that rift. She would have just gotten so much more value out of her kit if she was able to get these things off. And it's just really unfortunate. It just shows you how hard it is to play around the AP Shyvana.
Oh man, big showstopper coming through. AP Buggy trying to stop up Sean Spear. That is a really nice shockwave that came through, but does go down to the Ignite in the end.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Jax is getting run down. I believe he does have his Counter-Strike available in just a second. No flash, though.
Oh, most likely will go down here. A little bit of a stun comes through, but yep, goes down. 5 kills on this Olaf. It was really unfortunate there. The Shyvana realized that the Olaf, even with all of this extra money in his pocket right now, still has the completed warrior, still has that phage, so he is really deadly.
Yeah, and on a champion like Shyvana, who she needs a lot of time to build up her fury, especially in the early game after casting ultimate. If you don't know, Shyvana can't cast her ultimate until she has 100 for fury, and it runs out very, very slowly on that first ultimate cast, making it very difficult to get one ultimate after the other, giving her effectively a pretty high cooldown on what technically has 0 cooldown. On that
That's
ultimate.
why you don't play Shyvana in Earth, because it doesn't help the cooldown. Callista ultimate coming through. BNJ uses the spell shield a little early, so he will go down. That has to blow both of his summoner spells, and that's a huge play coming through for Outrage. Trying to get himself out. Does not have the flash. Used that to flash under turret. Depression coming through. Set has to flash over the wall. Running himself towards the mid lane. Has his Jax there, possibly to help him out a little bit, but 4 members chasing him, and this is it was honestly a really big kill coming through for Callista.
Yeah, really big stuff, but I gotta say, props to the Mordekaiser for being so effective at trying to shut down this bot lane with the roams. Ooh!
Oh man, massive massive kill coming through. 4 members here in this mid lane gonna try to pick up this mid turret.
Yeah, absolutely. That was an enormous Orion ultimate, and it really just seems like a mid lane difference so far in these fights. Like, I don't think Rise has casted his ultimate once this game. He's made no.
No, he went up. He went up top for Rift
Did he?
Herald. Yeah, he went up
Okay.
top with Rift Herald.
Okay, okay, that's pretty good. Other than that, like he really hasn't made any kind of effort to get his side lanes too far ahead, especially considering how much you're able to do on that kind of a champion. I really would like to see more from a Rise main, honestly.
Yeah, and I know that the Abyssal Mask is a thing sometimes, but you don't have a ton of magic damage to amplify, so you almost want to see him opt for the Rod of Ages instead. But
Oh,
maybe that's just preference. I'm not sure.
I don't know. I don't know. Either way, it could help him a little bit in lane, especially if Oriana. I didn't see too much about how Oriana was going in the lane, whether or not she was chunking him out. But this isn't something that you necessarily need to buy. Like you could have just bought Merc Treads on Rise. Honestly, that would have been really really good pickup, and probably would have saved you a few times on those early rounds.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
probably Merc Treads and Rod of Ages would have provided the exact same stats and a lot more magic.
Yeah, absolutely. Meanwhile, this third dragon, Ocean Soul, who's going to put them at Soul Point, is going to be going down pretty easily for the side of Apes strong together. Shyvana just not able to get on there. She was forced off that Scuttlecraft, not able to get too much. Meanwhile, Jax might be getting first tower up here in the top lane. We do have the teleport available for the Oriana, but whether or not she decides to use it is another question.
Oh man, support 1v1 here as we do have Outrage trying to run away from this Olaf. Goes ahead, gets the rang, gets the shutdown onto Olaf. BNJ in a really difficult position. AP trying to get himself away, but gets ulted. Oh, he goes back in. He might die. Oh man, shouldn't have taken the ult back. Shyvana will pick up the kill up onto BNJ.
I guess
that was just set playing really aggressive.
Yeah, I guess he thought he would have gotten a little bit closer with the Kalista ultimate. Unfortunately, it does not put him into pole range for the set, so he is just going to get auto-attacked to death there by the Sivir, who does end up going down, giving a little bit of gold extra there to the Kalista and the Shyvana, who definitely needs it right now at this time. She is struggling in her build right now. At about 20 minutes, you definitely want to have your jungle item completed, maybe some Sork shoes, and most of the way towards your Nashor's Tooth, honestly. The fact that this guy is this far behind on a champion who takes a while to pop off, honestly, is not looking too good right here for this matchup. Whether or not we decide to see any kind of stalling on the side of Apes together strong, because like honestly, if this game goes to 30 minutes, I'll 100% give it over to Rock Solid and consider them back in the game. But I just don't think they have enough pressure to make it last that long. As soon as like the Dragon Soul comes up, Baron's available, and it's eventually Elder.
Yeah, but if we look at gold, there's not even necessarily a huge lead because Jax has such a massive lead in that top lane. Rise is up 20 CS. Shockwave is available for Oriana. Might be able to make something happen. Does blow the flash out of the Jax, just trying to keep himself alive. Blinks flashes forward. Galio ult coming through. AP Buggy will stay alive. Oh my goodness, he's really low. Lucian shot first in on that Galio in the death realm. I'm sorry, the Mordekaiser in the death realm, trying to get himself something if he can. Now in a 1v3, barely goes down before he gets a kill. That was really close. Exits the death realm. His teammates are there to help him out. Yeah. Turret goes down on the top side, and that is even turrets now for both. I'm sorry, turret goes down on the bottom side for this Kalista.
Yeah, that always feels really bad, either when you're casting Mordekaiser Ultimate or when Mordekaiser Ultimate gets cast on you, to not see your team with you there after the ultimate ends, and to just see all the enemy team right there just on top of you. It really just kind of sucks, honestly. He did up giving I think a little bit of shutdown gold over to the side of whoever killed him there against Jax. I believe he was pretty high up there on the gold. Either way, he is just going to probably continue here in this side lane. I'm not entirely sure if he's going to be going for the Triforce second item, or is going to try to go for a Tiamat to help him with that split push, which is really where he's looking the most strong on that chain. You should definitely go for the bot lane right now. I don't know what he's doing right here in the top second map.
Maybe grabbing chickens? No, I don't know what he's doing.
I don't know. Well, we do have the Baron available in just a minute, so I guess he's trying his best to get that Scuttlecraft, give himself a little bit of vision, keep the enemy team off of Baron for a little bit. Ooh, they have the Rift Turtle still available. Really, really good stuff. They
I don't know if they have time
to get it. I think they have enough damage for it. We do have the Nashor's Tooth available on the Shyvana, but whether or not they're able to actually finish it all the way and keep the enemy team
off. Man, they got it.
Yeah, 4 seconds to spare there on that. Probably helps to get a little bit of use out of there. They did end up getting it over to Shabana. I would have liked to see Jack.
Oh man, AP Buggy gets caught up. He gets taken real low, but does have the shield. Showstopper comes in, but he just gets wiped out in the middle of the ult.
Oh,
Shyvana goes down also. These really nice fights coming through from ATS.
yeah, without sword shoes or completed jungle items, Shabana still just is not going to be doing too much damage with that champion, you know? There's a lot of base damage on Shyvana E, especially when empowered, but there's also a whole lot of scaling. I believe it's like before you get into the damage over time tick on the Flame Breath mark, I believe it's like a 1.0 or like a 1.4
Yeah, it's a
AP
1.0,
ratio.
yeah.
Yeah, she is going to have the completed jungle item now, but she still really needs those short shoes to get a little bit of extra damage. You know, that can be a lot about, I believe it's like 18 magic pen on that, but either way, fourth dragon of the game is going to be coming up here in a second. Ocean Soul, absolutely huge for whichever team is able to get it, but it's looking like a really easy soul right here for Apes Together Strong.
Yep, definitely in a good position. 3K gold lead up. Outrage, ooh, gets chunked by the Orianna.
Oh yeah.
Had
Oh
himself in a
yeah.
good position, but just gets chunked.
Yeah, you hate to see it. I mean, Orianna does still have her ultimate available after that. If she would have used her ultimate to try to chunk you out and you didn't get much off of that, that would have been something. But she still just, all she did was like an EQ and a few autos, you know? Ooh, Rift Herald coming down there in the mid lane. I don't think it's going to be enough to dissuade them off of that dragon, however.
Yep, Dragon coming up. This will be a big fight. Callista just
Yeah.
trying to get some lifesteal, trying
need
to
to
get
fight
healthy
here.
again. Yeah, you absolutely have to fight here if you're rock solid.
Yeah, is Shivani even going to go for this deal? No, she's just sitting by the wing. She's not going to go for anything there. That's a little bit of a misplay, I think. This is definitely one where you should just throw your body at that and try to steal. You're the same level as the enemy jungler, so, and they don't even have that much CC for you. Like, Orianna ultimate, yeah, you could get ulted by the Mordekaiser, but at the same time, this is an Ocean Soul. This is absolutely huge for the side of Apes Together Strong, and it's probably going to force them to a game 5, which how much value they're going to get out of this.
Yeah, definitely one of the more valued souls. Ocean Soul is just provides so much healing, and you also get that extra mana
Yeah.
off the soul. So
I believe I saw some kind of stat on Twitter recently about like how obviously whichever team gets a Dragon Soul will usually win the game. It's about like 65%, 68% after you get a Dragon Soul, your odds of winning the game. But I believe it's a little bit higher on Ocean Soul than it is than any other soul, with like Infernal coming in second, and I forget whether it was Cloud or Mountain coming in
oh,
third.
Flash ultimate coming in. Nice shockwave coming in, trying to save himself if they can, but that will be a
Ooh.
kill going over on the Orianna. And that's a member you definitely need to pick up if you're rock solid.
Absolutely. And, you know, the way they find themselves back into this game is with those kind of picks, you know? There are some very, very valuable objectives going to be on the map in the next few minutes with another Baron, with an Elder Drake actually come up here in a few minutes. Definitely going to be a few minutes before that, but at the same time,
Yeah,
you're
and
not in a
there's
position where
honestly really bad positioning coming out from ATS. They didn't have anyone really to respond, and now they're starting the Baron.
Yeah, and they can get this Baron down very easily with the Nashers to Shyvana, with the Jax, and with the Callista, and that was a pretty major throw over there on the side of
Don't
Sean
even think
Beard.
that they know.
Yeah, you know, it's not word. I think Galio and Sivir might have some idea. They are walking up to it, but they can't get there quick enough to dissuade it at all. Ooh.
Yep, Baron will go over, but this might be a lost fight here. ATS picking up 2 members right at the start, blowing the flash for the Shyvana to get over the wall.
Okay.
But,
Yeah, you know, I
yep.
mean, 2 members for Baron. I'd say that's a little bit worth, honestly.
Yeah, especially when it's your 0-7 set support. So definitely one of the members you're more willing to give over.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we just saw really good play there from Rock Solid. They sent the Rise into the bottom side. ATS sent 3 members for him. Nice shockwave.
Ooh.
Not sure about that flash from Outrage though.
Yeah, they didn't really have an opportunity to follow up too well on that, and she still had over half of her health available, so honestly, just getting rid of the flash cooldown, a little bit of troll right there from Outrage. Either way, things are still looking a little bit better for the side of Rock Salad. You know, you were able to get that Baron off the map, keep the game going for at least another 5 minutes, prevent these things from getting taken, and you're just getting the opportunity to get more snowballing on the Shyvana and the Rise, as well as the Jax, who is going to be doing a lot more here in this side lane, heading up there in the top lane. I believe he wins the 1v1 pretty handily against the Mordekaiser, especially with the items he has. He is going to be picking up his Triforce here next time he backs. Either way, just getting more gold and more levels on this guy is going to be really, really big.
Also has the Executioner, so cut through a lot of that Conqueror healing.
I would definitely like to see a Morellonomicon coming up right here on the Rise or the Shyvana as the next item. Being able to get those big AoE healing debuffs is absolutely crucial against the team with Ocean Soul. And it is very, very close right now, despite being 18-7. 41k gold to 41k gold, only about a 500 gold difference. Absolutely insane stuff. Ooh.
Yeah, hopefully the Hurricane and the Executioners will be able to toss out some extra
oh yeah,
some extra grievous wounds there, but I definitely would like to see that Morellonomicon come through.
Yeah, I do see the Amp Tome picked up there for the Shyvana, and I think she might, if I was her, I would go for the Oblivion Orb, and then not finish the Morellonomicon, just go for the straight needlessly large rot. Just get more AP on that champion and get a lot more scaling. They're not building too much magic resist on anyone on the side of Apes Together Strong. So there is the opportunity to just max out your damage with that Oblivion Orb, with the needlessly large rods, and really just poke out the guys like the Orianna or Sivir, who are the only real major damage dealers in these fights. Orianna a little bit maybe from position.
Yeah, definitely looking to just stack that flat penetration.
Absolutely, absolutely. We are 26 and a half minutes here into this game. Things are very close.
Yeah, gold pretty much even across the board. About 1,000 gold lead for the Shyvana. I'm sorry, for the Olaf rather. Just because of those kills. Shyvana up a little bit in the farm, but really just missing out on those kills. But 100%. Pretty much even everywhere across the board. Sivir only up 200 gold.
Oh yeah, definitely. They are going to be picking up this tower here in the bot lane, but in the top lane. But they did show 2 people for it. I mean, they could go for something here in the bot lane if they want to go for that sort of thing. Meanwhile, Jax is going to get even more chance to sit in the side lane. Hopefully, he can start getting some kind of level advantage over the Mordekaiser. It really sucks that he hasn't been able to get that. But meanwhile, in my bedroom, I do have my window open. I believe there's a skunk outside, so I'm going to go ahead and close that window real quick.
Yeah, definitely go take care of that. We have Elder Drake coming up soon, so that'll be huge for whoever's able to secure that. It could be Rock Solid's trip back into this game.
Definitely. They have set themselves up for a relatively even team fight here in front of this Elder Dragon. And honestly, as good as Ocean Soul is, the team who gets the Elder Dragon is definitely going to be the one who has an insane advantage in these fights. So being able to go for like a winning team fight here in front of the Elder, being able to turn it into that Elder buff, Jax does have teleport, so using it pretty soon.
Yeah, I think it really just depends if this Callista can get spears into the Elder. If not, also we do have Jax up on the top side. Oh, teleporting in now, trying to get themselves this Drake if they can. If they lose this, they will lose the fight after.
Oh,
massive damage. Oh my goodness, Lucian Shot burst coming through, Galio all coming. Get the knockup. Killing spree coming over for the Sivir. Gets the Drake. And this is a massive fight coming through for ATS, hacking themselves that buff. Explosions coming through, and oh man, Outrage gets pulled back in, goes down to the explosion. And this is 4 members going over for ATS. Rock Solid only has the Rise left, and they are in a really difficult position.
Yeah, Sivir able to just pick, honestly, with the way that fight was going, they started fighting and they kept DPSing the Elder Dragon. I believe it was Sivir who picked up the Elder Dragon with an auto.
Sivir
and what that meant was, it was, with this fight already started, whoever got that was able to just instantly win that team fight. Not to mention that they still have the Elder buff on 3 of their 5 members. So whichever fight happens here in the next about minute and a half, I think they have left on the buff, will 100% go to their side. And it's definitely going to be on the side of Rock Solid to just stay back, don't fight, don't get picked off. Because honestly, this is a really short buff, but while it's available, it is powerful.
Yep, it is only the first buff, so it does have that shortened duration, but if they're able to get a second one, it'll be definitely be GG.
Oh yeah, definitely. However, we do have another Baron coming up here in about 30-45 seconds, I believe.
Ooh, Flash coming through. Toasted Crayons trying to get himself something if he can. Lucian Shot first in a really dangerous position. Throws up the counter strike, trying to walk himself away, but gets axed to death by Blinks.
Yeah, he looked like he walked in. What was that?
Oh, nice stun. AP trying to get himself something. Pops the shield, pops the pullback. Won't find anything with the pullback, though. And another turret going down for ATS.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. We do have the Oblivion Orb coming out here for the Shyvana. And what I really would like to see here, if they do continue this push here on the turret, is just ulting and then using your E for the wave clear and chunking out the enemy team to dissuade this kind of a push right here. That does mean she wouldn't have her ultimate available for this next fight coming up here at the Baron, which will be spawning here in just a second. But it would help you just not give up the inhibitor tower.
Yep, try to get as much chip damage down onto this inhibitor turret as they can. Doing a really good job at splitting the map also.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. I believe this Baron Elder buff will expire here in about 15, 30 seconds. It's not a very, very long buff, but hopefully we don't see anyone caught out on the side of Roxal before it ends. All right.
Yeah, moving in on this top side, all 5 members of ATS up in this top side. You see Set moving in, trying to find a flank if he can, but gets spotted out by all those wards.
Definitely. Ooh. Flash.
Yeah, Flash really unfortunate for Outrage.
Definitely, definitely. Outrage is going to be missing that flash in these coming fights. He does have a lot to keep him safe, but he doesn't have the same peel as he got from the Zillion there in Game 3. Meanwhile, Baron is on the map, and it looks like they're going to be starting it here in just a second. They no longer have Elder buff, but they have a strong team is what they have.
Oh man, AP Buggy gets pulled into the backside, gets a big ultimate showstopper on the backside. Lucian shot first, trying to run onto Sean's beard, but he absolutely gets popped with all that cooldown reduction. 4 members already down, and there's just the Rise left. This should just be the game going over, but
yeah, you hate to see it. You have to wonder, are they going to go for the Baron or are they going to go for the inhibitor here? 35 seconds is probably enough time to end, but they're already by the Baron, so it's definitely a little bit safer, you know? If they don't end before those 35 are up, then people are going to be available. They're going to have their fresh back, and that might be a wipe, which could give the enemy team the Baron. So definitely the safer play here, going for the Baron, even though it is my personal opinion that they probably could have ended.
Ooh, trying to get in on the Halos. Is able to go ahead and get himself away.
Ooh.
Yeah, but Baron going over.
Yeah, Baron going over to the side of Apes Together Strong, and really just proving that together Apes they are strong. You know, they've been able to win basically every team fight for themselves. Unfortunately, AP Shyvana has been doing a lot for her team so far in these fights. I'm really interested to see what the damage charts will look like later in this game, because honestly, it doesn't look like she's DPSing too hard on what should be a very, very damage-heavy champion, especially 32 minutes into this game. I talked about how if this game goes past 30, these things start looking a lot better for the side of Rock Solid. However, they did just get the Baron on the side of Apes Together Strong, and I don't think that Sean's Beard and Binks Halos and Temple Player are playing their champions well enough to maximize on this scaling that they have.
Yep, moving in, just trying to secure everything they can with this Baroned Up Cannon minion. Those are always a pain in the butt.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It looks like they're going to be just fine with that inhibitor right there. Whether or not they go rotate to the bottom tower to try to get the tier 2 available, or the Elder Dragon, which will be a second Elder Dragon, which will be available here in about 45 seconds. Like we said, if you're able to steal that Elder, that is absolutely huge for your team. Not to mention the winning fight that definitely goes along with it. So even though they've got all this available, that Elder is their ticket to winning this game. Not even just getting back, just straight winning this game on the side of Rock Solid. So I really got to see something here from Rock Solid, some kind of fight in front of this. Not
a Rock Solid. Yep, they have a little bit of room to work with since it's Game 4, not Game 5. If they win this, they win everything, but have a little bit of room to work with. So, but you definitely don't want to take it to Game 5 if you don't have to.
Yeah. Ooh,
big trade coming there from Lucian shot first.
Yeah, he doesn't really have much magic resist, so he is going to get a little bit shredded on the side of Jax. Meanwhile, we do have a lot of resistances on the side of Mordekaiser. So the fact that Jax didn't commit too heavily to that engage mean that he was going to be the one coming out there on the top. Meanwhile, the Elder Dragon is on the map getting DPS very heavily and not even going to be contested on the side of Rock Solid. They really need to be contesting this if they want to get back in the game, but they're just not even going to try.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. You need to fight there. because you can't fight now. Like, I don't know.
I don't know.
It feels like they're kind of just giving this game away, and I don't know.
Well, if you're just giving this game away, then why not FF and save yourself the trouble, I guess. You're just betting the fact that they're going to mess up, which, you know, could happen, I guess. But, I mean, they do have... I keep saying how they have the scaling on their side, but these guys just aren't getting the advantages that they should with their scaling champions, you know? Meanwhile, who seems like one of the best players on their team, Outrage, is on a pick, the Callista, that does not scale very well in the damage department. You know, she provides a lot of utility for her team, but utility doesn't mean a lot when you don't have anything to back it up.
Yeah, definitely saw it work last game, but they definitely got the earlier lead last game, so not the same form of Snowball.
If we do go to Game 5 here, I would like to see Outrage. Not really on the Callista, because it seems like now ATS has been able to figure out how to shut down that pick in their
I'd love to see him on something like Varus. That would be great. Yeah,
Varus or something like Aphelios, who is just one of the strongest champions in the game right now. I'm not entirely sure if he plays it. Ooh, they're going for a fight.
Coming in. Shockwave coming in follow up. BNG picks himself up another kill. This should be the end of the game here. Death Realm coming out, and Mordekaiser picking up the set also. Just kind of playing with their food at this point. Probably should try to end, but...
Yeah, I guess they're just patting the KDAs, but they do have the Elder still, meaning they should really easily be able to win these fights. However, they are getting pretty low.
Yeah, but now they're getting really low.
Yeah, they do still have 5 members opposed to the 3 on the side of Roxal, but no way.
Yep, really low. Have the Shyvana ult available, so the Empowered E could... I'm sorry. Oh, no.
No.
Just really unfortunate there. That will be going to Game 5, and ATS doing a good job. 29-9, 10,000 gold lead, and just a really good showing in Game 4.
Yeah. Just looking at how this game turned out, it just looked like the real win condition is getting ahead the bot lane and maybe the jungle. Meanwhile, Shyvana, she didn't have the best matchup. She didn't go for a play style that really would have benefited this kind of a matchup. I really don't think this was the game for AP Shyvana. AD Shyvana going Blood Razor, Titanic into just full tank could have provided a lot of value for her team, encouraging members like the Rise, like the Callista to be able to DPS freely. And I don't know. AP Shyvana, not good every single game. We really have to look at these damage charts to see how this one kind of played out. Relatively even damage on most people on the side of Rock Salad. But meanwhile, you see that Apes Together Strong, Mordekaiser, Depression on that pick, really was able to just dominate the top lane with all the roaming advantage she got from the Olaf and from the Orianna. You know, and honestly, we see Rise getting out DPS'd by the Callista. On a champion like that, that should really never happen. Like, I mean, I really want to see this guy put more on a utility mid laner where it's not really on him to be able to DPS as maximum as possible. He is not providing what his team needs on this pick, and I really would like to see him preferably on the Zillion again here in Game 5, being able to counteract the good engages, the good picks they're able to get on the side of Apes Together Strong, and not really be on him as much to DPS.
Yeah, if we look at their picks, I definitely think that they could have opted for the Zillion instead of that Jax in the last pick of the first round.
I think he was banned, yeah.
No, the Zillion got banned second phase, so if they opted for the... No one's going to ban a Jax. Like, he hadn't played Jax previously. No one's going to ban it randomly, so just go ahead and pick the Zillion there. Save your Jax. Like, Jax isn't a champion you show early. Like,
yeah, I completely agree. Either way, we will be going into Game 5. Here in this series, so
yeah, moving in for some silver scrapes. Gotta have it.
Oh yeah, stick around.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back here for Game 5 of ATS versus RS, and already getting rid of these signature champions that we've seen popular in the bans today.
Definitely. Echo popped off so hard there in Game 3, and Shen's been banned out every single game of this series. Not going to be able to see it a single time there for Depress Shen there on ATS.
That's what you get when you name yourself after a champion.
Absolutely. I had a club team a while ago who one person, they had their main champion Rakan in their club tag, and we had to get them off of it because it would get banned every single time they had that club tag off. Alawi picked up for ATS here in Game 5. Really interesting.
Yeah, it didn't get banned away.
in the chat. Yeah, really interesting stuff. They showed for the
Ooh,
Galley
called
events
it.
that
Called it last game. Called it last game. I
yeah, we were
called it.
just talking about. I would really like to see. Ooh, yeah, this guy on a more DPS heavy pick there. Outrage, been probably one of the best players for his team. And meanwhile, Halos has been not really doing too much for his team. The best performance he had was on that Zillion ulting the carries for his team. He is going to be picking this here in Game 5. Things are looking very good so far for Rock Solid here in this draft. He is against the Syndra. Didn't do too badly in that matchup last game, and it is going to be the Olaf on the side of ATS. But doing pretty well on that. Not going to see the Zach here, Game 5. Going to stick with the Olaf.
Yeah, they had a lot of success with that Olaf. It was a really good pick into the Shyvana, but I think it was honestly just like Shyvana wasn't really a good pick in general, but have to see how RS responds. Couple supports left to get picked. Jungle hasn't been picked yet. Pretty much just waiting to see who's going to get banned out in round 2.
Yeah, they also have the Callista still available, but it is going to be the Karma picked up for Buggy, who actually, he is a Karma main. I said that in my pregame notes, so hopefully he can do a lot of good for his team here, help to press his advantage there in the early game in that bot lane. Because I got to say, they are the one stable win condition there for the side of Rock Solid. But, it is going to be Sivir banned away. Definitely make things a lot easier for Karma Varus there in that bot lane, not able to avoid so much of that poke and that pressure there in the early game.
Yeah, it looks like we will have ATS getting their AD carry banned out here. Sivir getting removed off the board. Probably want to get something like Caitlyn off the board also.
Yeah, maybe. Caitlyn do provide a lot of pressure over here. I do see that this guy plays a lot of Ashe and Jinx as well, but has been defaulting to the Sivir. Jinx Sivir Ashe has been what this guy is playing. I don't think this guy is going to be pulling out the Jinx because of how bad that champion can be in a competitive environment. But yeah, like we said, it is going to be the Ashe here. So maybe they're trying to force this guy
I think
onto
it was the Ashe.
Yeah, I think it was the Ashe. We should see a note right here. Oh, they said it was a Nautilus, actually. So it's going to be the Nautilus ban right there for the bot lane. Could be pretty good. They are two range people, so having that engage and the tankiness on Nautilus could be pretty deadly for them. I guess they don't really care if they're playing against the Ashe because he didn't pilot the Ashe too well there in Game 3, I believe, when he played it. And it's going to be Ornn banned out there for the top lane. Still have yet to pick the top lane for the side and the jungle for the side of Rock Solid. Really interested to see what kind of picks they're going to make here for these players.
Yeah, the Jax was good. I just don't think it really works for how Rock Solid is poised to win the game.
Yeah, it would have been a completely different matchup there if he would have had a jungler that could pressure him a lot earlier, like an Elise or something like that. Someone who can make themselves known in the early game, match the Olaf. Ooh, and it is actually going to be the Elise picked up here. I swear I'm not casting this ahead of time. It is going to be Elise picked up here for the jungler for the side of Rock Solid. It's definitely going to be helpful in getting their lanes ahead. Definitely has a lot of extra power. Oh, and I'm getting a note right here that's actually supposed to be Zach and not Elise. So I guess my prediction isn't that good. Either way, Zach can do a lot of the same stuff and provide a really good front line for your team, as well as initiation to get on top of the Syndra. Well, I'm really interested to see who they're going to pick here in the top lane to deal with the Alawi, who is an extremely good top laner in that solo lane. And if their goal is to get Lucian shot first ahead, who mainly plays Jax, Mord, and Garen, there aren't too many good matchups for him there. If I did have to think of one, I think maybe a Darius, someone who can provide a lot of pressure with, could do very well into the Alawi Olaf. A Ghost Darius, could be doing a lot for him. He might go for the Garen here instead, but I'm not entirely sure if that's what he needs. Ooh, Aatrox could do very well. It will be the Aatrox here for the Alawi. You definitely do have the ability to just dodge those tentacles in the lane and get out of dodge when Alawi tries to ult. If you're in the chat right now, just a little friendly little ultimate is when Alawi uses her ultimate, it doesn't matter if she's like 500 health or 2,000 health. You have to leave as soon as she uses her ultimate. The amount of damage and killing she gets on that, especially when there's multiple members nearby, is absolutely insane. It's also like at least a minute and a half cooldown. You can't just walk away and then leave her at the really low health that she had at the beginning of the fight. Get your advantage in another way.
Yeah, it might just be worth trading. Might just be worth trading the ultimates, popping the World Ender, getting that extra movement speed, and getting the hell out of dodge.
Yeah, I completely agree. Either way, I'm really interested in to see the picks that Rock Solid has picked up for themselves here. We have seen a lot of competency in Lucian shot first in this top lane. To be on a pick like Aatrox, granted, it's not one that plays a lot, but it is a very, very solid pick, both in lane and in team fights. So that could be very good for him. And to see in Kravitus, whatever this guy, 10 ply player, on a pick that can get his lanes ahead, as well as Outrage on a hyper carry pick like the Varus, and Halos on a pick like the Zillion, who, he's playing okay this series, but trying to make it so he has to press as few buttons as possible is definitely what you want to do for your mid laner here in this matchup. Of course, ATS have always gone for very team fight heavy comps. They don't really have it that much here. They do have it a good in the Zaya of Leona, but the Olaf is going to fall off. They do definitely have the tools to deal with the Olaf. The Syndra, they definitely do have it, but Alawi, definitely the odd man out for this team. Very good at lane, but isn't going to do much past 20, 25 minutes, where she's not going to contribute a lot to team fights. She's going to make it very difficult to frontline for her team, and I don't know, without her flash, she's not going to be doing too much if this game goes for 30 minutes.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see how the execution comes down to these team fights. I think we're going to go ahead and take a little bit of a break as we get ready to move into the rest of Champion Select and Spectator. So we'll be back in about 5 minutes as we get ready to move into Game 5 of ATS versus Rock Solid. Hello, everyone. Welcome back here for Game 5 of ATS versus Rock Solid. Pretty much standard runes across the board. I don't see anything too special, aside from maybe Aftershock on Karma.
Yeah, yeah, it's definitely. Oh,
I'm
that's not
sorry,
Aftershock, that's
Guardian, rather. Guardian. Sorry, I'm not used to seeing that type of rune on Karma either. Normally you see, like, the Airy.
Yeah, she will be at a little bit of a disadvantage when it comes to poking out the enemy Zaya Leona. However, when they do decide to go for those engages with the Leona, it will come in a lot of handy with the extra bonus shielding she gets on herself and her AD carry. So I do think pretty good pickup right there for you.
Oh yeah, that little bit of extra movement speed is always really nice too.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Especially because it fully nullifies whatever you dodge with it. It can, it's not like damage capped. It's really nice.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And I gotta say, I'm really gonna be looking at the top lane a lot here. To press Shen, he aside from Shen, he is a very, very big Alawi player. So being able to see what he can do on his main champ in this kind of a lane is going to be very, very cool to see. Not to mention how well the Binks versus 10 ply player in the Olaf versus Zac matchup is going to go. We did see both of these guys on these opposite champions earlier in the series. So here with the turnaround in Game 5 of the series is going to be extremely exciting.
Yeah, and I would like to see the Zillion itemize a little bit better. We saw him take the Glacial Augment in the last game and then never even build a Super Soaker or the Spooky Ghosts or anything.
Yeah.
So definitely missing out on a ton if you're not itemizing that way.
Absolutely. And one thing else I would like to say I'm very happy to see is the lethal tempo there on the Varus. We talked about how he's going to have to be a very big late game hyper carry, and the fact that he's not going to be going for the lethality build, presumably, is going to speak very, very highly for this champion. One thing I would like to say, though, I really don't like that Zaya decided to go for the Dorn's Blade instead of the Dorn's Shield in this matchup. She's definitely going to be poked out by a lot by this Karma and the Varus, so she definitely get a lot better heal there if she decided to go for the shield and wait for the scaling or mid-game spike on a champion like this and not get too low in lane.
Oh yeah, definitely just gonna keep getting poked by those Karma Qs. All the Qs gonna come through.
Yeah.
Nice dodging so far.
Yeah, pretty good dodging so far, I will say. I will say, though, I did get into a pretty good argument with one of my friends recently who claimed that there is literally no use for going Dorn Shield on an AD carry because it does have its healing reduced a little bit. Now, he insisted that he was right. However, I went to Challenger EU players' streams, and they said otherwise, as well as a few Riot game devs who were streaming. They said otherwise. Didn't change their opinion, though. A little bit salty about that, but otherwise, things are still looking good. We did see it getting a little bit low there in the mid lane and top lane. A few trades, few tentacles hitting when we didn't want them to.
I think if there's one thing we've learned during this coronavirus time is it just some people don't pay attention to facts.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. We do see level 3 coming right here for the bot lane. Meanwhile, not too much pressure from the junglers so far on this one. Like you said, it is going to be on Olaf to make himself useful here in the earlier half of this game before the initiation and the tankiness from Zac just completely outscales the usefulness of Olaf in these late game team fights. So I gotta say, the fact that things are going even and not too much of an advantage is happening in any of these lanes, things are looking very good right now for Rock Solid.
Yeah, have themselves a nice lead in that bottom lane there also. Varus doing himself a great job. And they're holding the wave in, honestly, the worst possible spot for ATS.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. ATS.
Oh, and it looks like we have 10 ply moving down to the bot side also, and they're moving up to get these creeps. It's Cannon, so they want this really bad. Tether coming in onto Toasted, trying to get him. Knock coming in onto BNJ. Nice double knockup. Oh, double turret shots coming through. Thankfully, not too much damage coming through. AP in a dangerous spot though.
Yeah, not going to be enough to kill the Karma right there. She did accidentally tank those turret shots. However, it was enough to get all the summoners right there out from Zaya. I really would like to see a repeat gank here from the Zac. You could definitely go for a tower dive thanks to how low you are. However, Olaf is in the bot lane.
Yeah, moving in. Olaf trying to get something if he can. Outrage really low. One more auto will do him. First blood going over to Olaf. Blink should have another axe up shortly. Another slow coming through. Thankfully, 10-ply here to help out AP.
Oh, yeah. However, I would like to point out that Varus did opt for the teleport instead of the heal for himself. So this won't actually be too bad for him. Definitely going to be able to get a lot of CS from that. And the early Vamp Scepter means it's going to be even better in lane. But an early Cloud Drake, that could be very, very good for the side of Apes together strong.
Yeah, definitely not the worst early Drake to go over for RS, but looks like they will be able to contest. Nice double
hold
stun
up.
coming through for Zillion.
Oh, they're trying to give it over to Varus,
Oh,
but
man.
unfortunately not able to hit that. But we
Yeah, it
have a
looks
safe
like
career for Lowy.
looks like Dragon actually killed him, which is a feels bad.
Yeah, it does happen, but it means the Dragon, which we thought was going to be going over to Apes the other strong, is actually going over rock solid. Not to mention that Aatrox was able to just force the Alawi out of lane. She didn't use her teleport yet, so she's going to be coming back with the Phage as opposed to those two long swords. But now that she is 6, things are looking a little dangerous right here for the shoved up Aatrox. And
Yeah, that wave's in a really good spot for an Alawi ult.
absolutely. Ooh.
Already
ooh,
has 3 tentacles set up too, so if she ults, that'll be so much damage to come through.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's really going to be on the Aatrox to avoid this. Meanwhile, looking at some of the builds across the game, I really like Zillion right now. He's probably going to have to avoid this gank real quick. But it looks like he is going to be going for the Lost Chapter, meaning we might actually see the Super Soaker coming out for him, like you had talked about, which could provide a lot of value to his kid. It is not something he built in Game 3 when he last played Zillion, and probably something he should have, considering he took the Glacial Augment instead of something like the Comet or I don't know, Dark Harvest, whatever else you can play on that champion.
Yeah, it makes it easier to set up the double bombs, and then you can always layer on the slow in your kit afterwards too. So you just have so much slow.
Absolutely. Ooh, good trades right there from Aatrox. It's definitely going to be hard for him to stay healthy in this lane, especially considering all the healing that Alawi has. Ooh, hold up.
Oh, Blink moving in, but Lucian shot first really low. Might be able to return a trade kill, but ultimate gets dropped, and that will be the Alawi picking up the kill onto Aatrox.
Yeah, really unfortunate. If I was him, I would have just flash ulted immediately to get away, get under my own tower. And I'm not entirely sure if he saw the Olaf that early. He thought maybe with my third Q I could have gotten that. But he had already committed, and then the Olaf came to the point where there's really no choice. A little too far pushed up to get his flash off. Either way, good job by Olaf there with his warrior able to make himself known early in this game. 7.5 minutes being able to get that warrior. Really good buy. Meanwhile, Zach does have 1 kill. Doesn't have his jungle item yet, though.
Yep, getting close. Olaf did opt straight towards that, though. I think it was just back timings between the two of them.
Absolutely, absolutely. Meanwhile, Zach. Ooh, what's happening?
Ooh, lots of early aggression coming in onto Outrage. He's already getting chunked out. Olaf pops the Ragnarok, moving in.
Ugh.
Still full health, but decides to back out, and that is another kill onto this Varus.
Yeah, we talked about how much pressure the bot lane is creating for the side of Rock Solid, but the fact that they're able to send people bot with these ganks from the Olaf and they're not able to do that on the side of Rock Solid is really detrimental to what should be their main carry lane. You have to imagine, like, if this guy was playing with the Elise rather than the Zac, and he was able to get a 2 or 3 camp, or 2 or 3 gank camp on this bot lane, how much better things could be going for Varus, who really is going to be the center of their team's damage the later this game goes.
Yeah, Zillion does have some damage in his kit, but he's really more about the stuns that he provides from the double bombs and his ultimate. So
yeah, more
have to see how he can also empower the Aatrox and the Zac with the speed ups.
Absolutely. That could prove to be very, very useful in either keeping the enemy team still or keeping his team dodging. Ooh, really good dodges there.
Big Mantra Q coming through for that Karma. That does so much damage.
Yeah. I believe Zai did just have to use her heal to get away from an engage there from the Karma right there in the bottom. So that's a really good pickup. Meanwhile, we do have...
Ooh, Flash gets blown. And that is really good. 4 members moving down for RS. Good job for ATS not losing anyone, but they do have both of the summoners get taken off their AD carry.
Absolutely. I gotta say, I would like to see some more common ganks here in the bot lane. The last time that Zac was bot, he blew the flash, and now that he's back, he blew the flash again.
Ultimate gets popped by Alawi, just trying to get a little bit of damage onto that clone. Won't be able to finish it off. Oh, Pops walks out of that range, so will drop those extra tentacles from the passive.
Yeah, you can see how he was a little bit split in his decision making there, whether or not he wanted to continue this fight. He needed to get away much sooner. Use
Ooh,
the flash.
Sean's beard barely able to break the tether.
Thank you. He wanted to use his ultimate or flash a little bit earlier to get away from that allow. Unfortunately, he was going to be very low health when he was done with him, really. And he is going to probably lose out on some CS here in the top lane, or lose out on a better back. Honestly, Allow is coming back for that Black Cleaver versus just 20% CDR and a little extra bonus stats on the side of Aatrox.
I'm honestly surprised to see that the mid lane isn't Syndra favored. Like it's close. It's actually up slightly for ooh, he got the revolver. We're seeing the super soaker.
Absolutely, yeah. Really good
There we
job
go.
by this guy on the Zillion here. You'd think that he would get pressured a lot more by the Syndra, and in fact, he's able to avoid all of these crucial stuns from the E and damage from the ultimate. Is really good by this guy. Good job, Zillion.
Yeah, and this will be the Infernal Drake going over to ATS.
Yeah, and Infernal Drake, meaning that our soul for this game is going to be the Ocean. It looks like we said, it can be very big on either team that gets it. Obviously, the Olaf, the fact that he goes in will help a lot with the scaling. But someone who naturally heals a lot, like the Aatrox or the Zac, could also prove to be insanely efficient users of this soul. So whether or not we see both of these teams prioritizing dragons here 4.5 minutes from now, or whenever this next dragon spawns, could be very big for deciding how this game goes.
Yeah, about a 1500 goldie, a lot of aggression moving up. A solo kill coming through for Depression, and he is showing off on that Alawi. Oh, Toasted Crayons blows the ultimate. Slow come through, stunned onto Outrage, and Outrage is just getting bullied on this Varus. Flashes in, tries to get a kill. Don't know why you're flashing forward there, but... oh, man.
Yeah, every time Olaf has come bot, they've been able to get a kill on the Varus. The same cannot be said for Templar player here on the Zac. Really unfortunate that he's not able to do much, but you know, like we said, Outrage and IAP Buggy have been shoving their lane a lot. They've been out CSing their opponents a lot, but you know, deaths aren't the same as CS.
Oh, teleport coming in from the Varus. Does have the ultimate available. Dodges all those abilities, though, but finishes them off with the Q.
Yeah, we're talking about the bot lane a lot, but meanwhile on the top lane, Aatrox is absolutely getting decimated here by the Alawi.
Oh, might be a kill coming through. One more ball would have done it, but does force the Zillion ultimate.
Yeah. Forcing the ultimate and probably forcing it back here could provide a lot of value here for the Syndra and turning this lane around in what was supposed to be a really easy lane here. Either way, Zillion's going to be getting his Super Soaker and is going to be getting his free boots now for this matchup, which will come in a lot of handy avoiding these balls, avoiding the Olaf ganks, especially with the extra move speed that you get off of those. So I think now is definitely the time where they should start contesting a lot of these neutral objectives with these power spikes that they have right here. It was unfortunate that Aatrox wasn't able to get more in lane, especially on such a powerful pick. You know, he did misplay 1 or 2 times, but you know, Alawi's just strong in lane. I guess he should have tried to neutralize. Either way, Olaf is on the Rift Herald, and he will be taking that down very easily. Meanwhile, Zac just going to keep clearing the jungle. I really would like to see more from Zac this game. I want to see more aggression, especially in the bot lane.
Yeah, we haven't seen Tenply be able to pull off the same kind of Zac play that we saw from Banks in the first 3 games. Really doing a good job. This Alawi is just ulting on cooldown. It's ridiculous. Banks will go ahead and pick it up. Oh, he's just flashing on top of Halos. Popping the Ragnarok, trying to get himself a kill. Double bombs coming out, will get the stun. And that will be a kill going over to AP Buggy.
Okay. I like seeing it.
These
I really would
flash
like to
forwards are killing me.
Absolutely. I would like to see a little bit better play here from the Aatrox, like recognizing where Alawi gets her damage from and playing around that accordingly. It's a good thing that he has the ninja tabbies now. Hopefully he can avoid some more stuns, but like Alawi is just such a punishing champion to play against. Like you give an inch, she takes a mile. You know, you get hit by 1 tentacle, she takes 2/3 of your HP. You get hit by the tentacle and you don't leave, then that's your second solo death of the game. And that combined with the Rift Herald there from the Olaf is going to mean so much more gold going down there from the Alawi. And she's going to be an absolute monster in the side lane in this game. She's probably going to take like 2 or 3 people up there to stop her split push. Thankfully, she did not go for the Triforce, which I know a lot of Alawis do like to go. She's going to get a lot of value out of that Black Cleaver, especially with all the tanky members of the team. But it is going to hurt her split push, which I do think would probably be the most valuable thing she could do for her team with this kind of a pick.
Man, I'm not even sure what Lucian is trying to do against the Syndra in the mid lane.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Ooh, a lot of damage coming through on Toasted Crayons. Ultimate pops. Zach moving in, trying to get more damage. Teleports coming in from both top laners. Depression is here, trying to get this Karma. Will go ahead, pick up the Karma. Killing spree onto this Alawi. Getting the stun down, trying to just run away. Looks like
Ooh.
back will go ahead and get completed by Varus. Able to get himself into the base, but
Yeah, that was actually a teleport right there from the Zillion, meaning that they have a 5-man bot. Meanwhile, Aatrox does not have his teleport available, is not going to be able to be there, and it just really sucks that this guy isn't able to do more for his team at this time. Probably not even going to get the kill in the tower here, honestly. Meanwhile, they're setting up really well for this third Drake of the game, being second Drake for the side of Apes together strong, meaning putting them all the more closer to this ever-important Ocean Soul. Like we said, whichever team gets this Ocean Soul is going to be absolutely insane users of it. And it's really going to be very impactful the later this game goes.
yeah, especially with so much poke on both sides, it's really going to benefit whoever can grab it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, it looks like it's not even going to be a contest to contest this right here. Second Drake going down to the side of Apes together strong pretty handedly. Meanwhile,
we haven't seen RS contest a single objective this series. Like,
yeah, I don't think we have actually. You know, they've tried to like get them off of the Baron once or twice, I think, earlier in the series. But yeah, they haven't even tried to go for like a steal or something. Considering like some of the champions they've been going for, like the Zac, like the Shyvana earlier, these are some pretty good champions to go for steals on. I gotta say.
Aatrox finally able to pick himself an objective up on the top side, but he has 3 members coming for him, and I don't think he realizes it.
Yeah,
Poor
he
kid.
can't get away here. Yeah, he's not going to get the execute.
And he gets
just wasted
autoed,
his
so
flash.
no execute there.
Yeah. Oh, Olaf is just popping his ultimate.
Okay.
Why did you pop your
What
ultimate?
is happening? What is happening with these flashes?
I guess we just have a tilted top laner right here. You know, Alawi, like we said, can be very, very punishing to play against.
I think everyone's just getting tired. Like it's been a long series. We've had
It's 12:30 a.m. where I am right now.
Yeah, we've had 30+ minute games. Started at 8 p.m. and like you said, 12:30. So we've been just playing for 4.5 hours. So oh man, Toasted Crayon's in a bad position. 1v3 here. Probably not going to make it out, but we've seen crazier things out of Leona's. But yeah, we'll go down. Second kill game going over to Varus there.
Hey, you know, any gold we can get on the Varus will be insane. You know, once he gets that Ginsu's, he could start turning these team fights. Now he has a lot of peel. He has a good front line for him. He just doesn't have the lead, is what he doesn't have. Meanwhile, champions like the Alawi, like the Olaf, who can just run, well, at least Olaf can run him down, are going to have a very, very tough time, or are going to have their work cut out for them trying to get the kill onto him through the Karma, through the Zillion. Both of whom can just speed up the Varus and let him run away a little bit more easily. Meanwhile, at the same time, there's just no one else to continue the pillage onto the front and back line while Varus is getting run down. You know, ordinarily that would be Aatrox, but he's just so far behind right now, to the point where he's not really going to be relevant for at least another 10, maybe 15 minutes, unless he gets like some shutdown gold. He is
Definitely
getting the
gonna
lane to himself right here. I will say that's a good thing.
Definitely going to be all about protecting this Varus.
Yep. I mean, they have the perfect team to do it. So if they do end up turning this game around, that will be how they do it. Either getting some picks and turning some team fights into easy wins.
Ooh, nice
or the
stun.
team fights they do get, just not having the enemy team able to kill Varus. That was really how they turned around Game 3. They were losing pretty handedly until they got to the point where they had the Vayne and Carrick together in the team fights, where she was just able to DPS so hard thanks to the nature of her kit. Yeah, really sucks.
Sean's beard.
What's that?
Sean's beard just getting so close with these ultimates. I think he's been one ball off every time we've seen him ult the Zillion.
Well, honestly, I think it's actually a little bit better that he's not getting the kills here on the Zillion, because every time he does go for the kills, Zillion has himself ulted, and it would actually mean him being at a higher HP if he did get killed, rather than being left at 100 or 200 HP.
I understand. It's just a mental.
It's really a mind game, you know. You know, it's a big brain kind of play. You know, ulting.
Yeah.
Not
and
if we look
at the cooldowns, they're pretty much the same cooldown, so
Yeah.
It's kind of frustrating. 53 seconds for Zillion, 70 seconds for Syndra. So yeah, it'll always be up for Zillion whenever Syndra can ult him.
Yeah, I really don't think you should be going here for these trades if you're Aatrox. Just wait for Alawi to have her way of the lane and just take whatever you can under your tower. Like, there's no way you're killing her. There's no way you're getting, like, any kind of significant pressure on that laner with how far ahead she is. Oof.
Ooh, nice trade.
Yeah, whether or not he chooses to back here on his own will be really, really interesting to see.
Yeah, it does have the teleport available, so would be able to get himself back pretty quickly, but probably give up a lot of damage to his turret.
Yeah, honestly. If I was him, I would just stay there, hope to get poked out a little bit, and use my ultimate at the right time. Of course, that is a high risk, high reward kind of situation, but that's kind of what you need to get yourself back into this game. Maybe not in that situation, maybe more so across the map. Either way, third.
Ooh, really low.
Yeah, this is going to be the, I think, fourth Drake of the game. No, third Drake of the. No, yeah, fourth Drake of the game coming up here in about 45 seconds. We have 2 Drakes on the side of Apes Together Strong and 1 Drake on the side of Rock Solid. So this will put Apes Together Strong at Soul Point if they do get this Drake very easily. Otherwise, we might see a team fight breaking out here.
And we need to see them contest this Drake. They haven't contested anything. We need to see them do something. They see Zac just sitting mid lane clearing minions. This will just go ahead and be a free Drake for ATS.
Yeah, I mean, if you're ATS, you're just not doing. It must feel pretty good if you're the Olaf because you don't have anyone to contest your smites. He is missing a lot of smites. Like, honestly, like the amount of times that the AD carry his last hit, the dragon, he hasn't even even gotten close on the smite. Could just mean that they really should try to turn around their strategy. I guess they're not like seeing the VODs of this at all or seeing who slayed the dragon actually, but. There's definitely been a few times where they should have contested an Elder Drake. They should have contested a Baron. And they're just not doing that. And it means that Apes Together Strong isn't getting punished for something that they probably will be getting punished in the finals if they do end up winning Game 5 of this series here. Oof.
Yeah, nice double bomb there. But honestly, Halos is in a really difficult position against the Alawi. There's nothing he can do against an Alawi.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Halos, on Zillion, all you really gotta do is clear the wave. It's not really too difficult to do that. I mean, you can stun her under tower and potentially get some damage that way. But I'd really like to see the Aatrox more so in the mid lane, able to capitalize on these fights, potentially get some sort of lead. Ooh, TP.
Binks right on the other way, probably has to flash over the wall. TP coming in, nice double bomb, stops the teleport, and Binks in a really difficult position.
Oh yeah,
two big summoners there.
Yeah, those are pretty big summoners, but you know that was something I would have really liked to see 2 minutes ago when Ocean Drake was still on the map. It should say that Baron is on the map, but they didn't actually get any kills from that altercation, meaning that they really can't go for the Baron yet, meaning that they're gonna have more time to scale, so that's good. We do have the Ginsu's available now on the Vars. This is the power spike, and this is what is going to be bringing them back into the game. Going for these fights where they do have the better team comp for just straight up fighting and for protecting their big carry on Vars.
Ooh, B&J in a difficult position there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but now that we do have the Rage Blade on the Varus, a couple members coming up in. Oh, they might be able to get her before she can even ult. A lot of damage coming through. Oh, she goes ahead and picks up the Alawi. I'm sorry, picks up the Zillion. That will be it, though. A Zillion ult coming through saves the Karma, I believe.
Yeah.
No, sorry, that was the Varus. But B&J has to blow the heal just to keep himself alive.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if going for the pick there on Alawi was the best choice. I think their strategy of keeping Zillion there in the top lane just to clear the way, prevent her from getting extra damage there onto that tower, was what they should have kept going for. Meanwhile, their team splits in the mid wave. Going for fights on Alawi's terms is how Alawi wins this game.
Ooh, Flash coming in from Lucian Shaw first. Not able to find himself anything, though. Kind of. These flash forwards are killing me.
Yeah, kind of sucks.
I'm dying slowly.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we will be seeing them regenning a lot off of their I believe they have 2 Ocean Drakes, so that's going to be like 5% of their missing health back every 5 seconds. Really, really good regen buff there. However, we do still have the Baron on the map, even if our client does not show it at the moment. We are 25 minutes in and no one has taken it yet. Small indie company, by the way. Either way, Varus just pounding this farm, just taking every camp he can get, you know, and that's really going to pay dividends for him as soon as we get to these team fights. I really want to see. Well, he already does have his Blade of the Rune King in Ginsu, so he's going to be shredding through the front line very well. But I think I would also like to see maybe a Wit's End to keep him safe from a little bit of burst, or like a QSS to deny some of the lockdown that could get onto him here in these fights. Or maybe he just wants to go full damage of his comp, which he looks like he will be doing here with his Zeal. I would anticipate that being a either a PD, Phantom Dancer, or a
Probably a
Voltron
Hurricane.
Yeah, Hurricane. That's it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. With the way he is going, I would anticipate him going for that hyper carry build. You know, he needs to be the one pumping out the damage. He is his team's ticket back into this game. Ooh, big cat.
Ooh, nice ult onto Allow. He had a really difficult position now. Depression does not hit anyone with the ultimate, trying to get any amount of healing that they can. Lucian shot first. Ooh, does get Zillion. That will be a killing spree now onto this Varus. Double kill coming through. This Varus is getting really big. Oh, Halus picks up Tosa Crayons. This is 3 kills for RS.
Oh yeah, like we said, this is definitely their ticket back into the game. Oh, what's happening?
Oh, Sean Speared gets the scatter of the week. No Zillion available, but he gets shielded. One more tick would pick him up. Oh, he goes down to the last tick of the ignite.
Damn, rip. Unlucky. Either way, though, really, really good turnaround here by Rockstar. Like we talked about, their ticket back into this game is their superior 5v5 team fight. They don't have something to match the Varus and all the peel that he has, and they don't have enough damage to, you know, go through their front line as quick as they should be able to. You know, Aatrox just heals so much. They don't have a lot of grievous wound sources, and Zach, with his stone plating and aftershock, is going to be massive for at least 3 or 4 seconds at the beginning of each and every one of these team fights. This is a really great turnaround from Rock Solid.
Yeah, doing a really great job, evening it up to almost only 1,000 gold lead for ATS now, but they were at a much bigger deficit even 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. We do see the Morello Nomicon picked up here for the Zillion. One thing I should
Hurricane
point out,
finished up by Varus also.
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, that's gonna be big. One thing that I should point out is he might not get as much value from the Morello Nomicon as he could potentially in another team comp, because Varus does have his naturally amplified grievous wounds thanks to his E, giving you a higher healing reduction than regular grievous wounds. It's not going to be very valuable for yourself. I think I would have liked to see Spooky Ghost or a Zhonya's picked up a little bit sooner for this guy, providing more frontline peel for this team, more slows on these guys. But either way, you know, you do you.
Definitely can't just walk into an Alawi like that.
Yeah, yeah. These guys just really aren't respecting the Alawi damage as much as they should.
I'm really excited to see if we get to see the Baron taken by RS. Really excited to see how fast this Varus can just melt it with all this on hit, with all this attack speed, and when he gets to proc his lethal tempo, he's going to be over the attack speed cap.
100%, yeah. And I really got to say, you don't win this game on the side of Rock Solid if you go for split team fights, like it looked like Zillion was trying to go for here. You win it from just like front to back 5v5 team fighting, where you have the advantage. Like, they don't have enough dive on their team to deal with all the peel and damage that Varus has. He does even have another source of previous wounds here, picked up right there, just showing how impactful that is against their team comp with the Alawi, with the Olaf. And I gotta say, things are looking better and better ever since that last team fight there for the side of Rock Solid.
Yeah, the longer this game goes on, the more in their favor it is starting to go. I think that Alawi is definitely strong, but I don't know how well she scales.
Absolutely. I will say, despite having the really, really big lead for Apes together strong, I would say the game is now in the favor of Rock Solid, but if you do want to come back into this game on Apes Together Strong. You do have a much better comp for going for picks than the side of Rock Solid. They're really only good at front-to-back team fighting. Meanwhile, picks with the Olaf, with the Alawi, with the Syndra, with the Leona even, are going to be very, very big.
I think they definitely have potential for good disengage on the side of Rock Solid, though.
Absolutely, absolutely. Having the Zillion ultimate, having the Karma, really, really great stuff. All right, like, both teams are posturing around this Baron right now. It's really going to be a matter of who's going to go in first. Are we going to see an engage from the Zac? I hope not, because that's not really how their team wants to play. He can't frontline very well. He really just wants to be. Ooh, hold up.
Ooh, Olaf, big ult coming out, pops the Ragnarok. Outrage just goes ahead and wipes him out with a Q. All of those Blight stacks do so much damage to him. Super Soaker gets thrown out on Toasted, and he just goes down also. This Varus is huge, 6 kills, and you need to move over to Baron.
Absolutely. I think this could be a free Baron for them. The jungle is down on the side of Apes Together Strong. However, they could just walk at it, throw around some parachutes. Ooh.
Oh, man, they don't have any engage on the side at ATS, though. Alawi ult gets popped, but absolutely gets wiped out. Godlike for this Varus, an absolute killing spree. Sean Spirit in a really difficult position. Another kill going over to Varus. And just, go pick up this Baron. There's, with the Ragnarok gone, with the Olaf and the, also the Leona dead, there was absolutely no way for ATS to start a fight there.
Yeah, I gotta say, kind of sucks there that the Olaf got picked out so easily. You know, he was such a big member of his team for a while, but we are at 30 minutes into this game, meaning he is going to be hitting pretty hard by the scaling debuff, but he is coming in here with his smite. What will the team be doing?
Oh man, smite fight coming in. See who gets the Baron. Red team will go ahead and secure it, so no steal coming in through ATS. Rock Solid in a really amazing position. Double kill coming through. Had the Zillion on him, so he comes back full health. Triple kill coming through. 11, 3, and 3. And Rock Solid says we are taking this game 5.
Yeah, Rock Solid, just absolutely, I gotta say, outrage, absolutely insane on this Varus here in game 5. Really just putting the team on his back. He does have the resources to do that with the Zillion mid, with the 2 frontliners in the top half of the map, and with the Karma support. Things are looking very, very good right now for Rock Solid. They're able to get their second Drake of the game. I believe the Drakes are 3-2
I think that's
right
the
now.
third Drake, rather, yeah.
Is that the third Drake for the side?
I think that's their third, yeah.
Yeah, either way, it looks like someone just DC'd. I'm reading the chat right now. Jungle Discord not working. Yeah, it looks like someone just DC'd on their team. So it looks like we are going to be a minute into a little bit of a break right here. I'm not entirely sure what's happening right here. Someone just DC'd.
Yep, we'll be back shortly. Risen rules give teams 10 minutes to figure stuff out. After that 10 minutes, we will have to load in, even if, we'll have to resume rather, even if everyone hasn't loaded in. So, have about 9 more minutes before we'd have to get to that. I've been with Risen for about 1.5 years, and I've only seen one game ever where it has to play out as a 4v5. So hopefully that doesn't happen, especially because it's such a high stakes game.
Yeah. I'm reading this right now again. It looks like he's having trouble connecting to Discord as the jungler, or both junglers. It looks like. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It looks like Apes Together Strong. Their jungler is back. However, the jungler for the side of Rock Solid is having trouble joining the Ryzen Esports Discord. Looks like they're going to try a different channel and see how that works out. Yeah, it looks like he's just having trouble with the Ryzen Discord. Not entirely sure what it is. We are broadcasting right now from the Ryzen production Discord, so no problems on our end. But
unless we're talking to no one and we don't know about it.
Yeah. Okay. It sounds like we're good. But now, we are getting some readies right here from the side of Rock Solid. Or no, from the side of Apes Together Strong, but there has not ready returned from the side of Rock Solid. It would really suck if they have to play out the rest of this game right here with a jungler not in comms with them. Not entirely sure how the rules work out if they have to use the Ryzen Discord server. Uh, I wouldn't imagine that being a particularly impactful
Oh,
rule. However,
looks
I
like
do see
everyone's
it
ready.
right. All right, we are getting unpaused right here. And with that massive lead, massive swing we saw over for the side of Rock Solid, things are still looking very, very good for Outrage here on this
Yeah,
hyper carry ADC. He
four.
is going to have a lot of gold to pick up right here. I'm really interested to see what his item is going to be.
Yeah, he has 4,300 gold in his pocket, so he's huge.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. We see almost an entire full buy here on a Lord Dominic's, and I'm not entirely sure what he's going to buy for his next item. He's sitting in base for a little bit, meaning he might be saving up for a full item, or
I
he's
would assume. Oh, okay, he's just gonna grab that. I figured he was probably waiting to get a full guardian angel, but I guess not.
yeah. I definitely think GA is the pickup right here for Varus. Having to get through 3 lives on an AD carry could be pretty tilting for the enemy team. He is going pretty heavy on these jungle camps, though. You got to get up there with your team, but either way, they still do have Baron buff here for a little bit extra. Definitely going for a 5v5 team fight here in the mid lane could be very, very big, but they might have the wave clear on the side of Apes together strong to deal with it.
Yeah, it looks like he just opted for the stopwatch and the elixir instead, so he's just gonna have a ton of extra damage, a ton of healing, and he's gonna be so hard to kill.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the play right here is to go into one of the side lanes and try to 5v5, get the towers down there. However, they do not have the teleport or Baron on the Aatrox, meaning that's going to be a lot more difficult unless you want to send the Zillion into the side lane, which might not be too easy. But it looks like they're just going to try to
Oh man,
five-head
every
smork down
member,
the tower.
every member of RS except for AP has grievous wounds.
Ooh, that's pretty big for dealing with the Alawi and the Olaf.
Yeah, and even the natural healing that'll come through from the I assume they took the lifesteal runes for the Zaya.
Yeah, that is very, very good on the Zaya.
A free 12% lifesteal, can't argue with that.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, meanwhile, yeah, still just trying to force down this mid lane tower. I really would like to see them going for some kind of split in this. Like, honestly, probably just sending the Zillion or Karma into the side lane. Get that Baron on the minions. They're barely shutting down the bot lane tower. Like, ooh, we are getting some free damage right there.
Oh man, big fight coming in. Toasted Crayons trying to do something. Shutdown coming in. Varus is gone. Big fight. ATS should be able to win this. Resurrection coming through. But a really bad position for this Aatrox. He'll go down also. 3 members still alive for the side of RS, and they just need to get themselves out.
Yeah, that is not the fight you want to be having if you're Rock Solid. We've been talking so much about how it's going to be on Var to carry this. He does get hit by that stun from the Syndra, able to combo it up with the Leona. He pops the stopwatch, but unfortunately he does not get Zillion ulted. Meaning things are looking very, very rough for the next 20 seconds right now if you're Rock Solid. I'm not entirely sure if they're going to be able to capitalize it off the type of Apes together strong, but seeing something like that does not feel good for the side of Rock Solid.
No, that fight's definitely more about being able to stop the push for Rock Solid.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I gotta say, a little bit of a misplay there for Rock Solid, not having the macro to send someone into one of the side lanes and get those free towers down almost, or like being able to pressure a second wave at a time, having to split the enemy team. So hopefully we can see a little bit of a change of pace around that in the rest of this game. But
Yeah,
either way,
this Aatrox hasn't necessarily been excelling in the team fights, so definitely be smarter to send him off to a side wave with that Baron buff, but not what we saw.
Aatrox actually didn't have the Baron buff or teleport. Honestly, we were just talking about how he would not be effective. We do have a Dragon coming up here in about 45 seconds, so that will mean another team fight, which means more good news for Rock Solid, unless we get another pick on Rock Solid and just turn it into, I don't know, something bad. Either way, they're looking to 5v5 front to back, and they're looking for just picks on the side.
Oh man, World Ender gets popped, but he's able to just get out.
That's a pretty major cooldown, 30 seconds until the Baron spawns about. And definitely got to be there to frontline for your team if you are the Aatrox. This, I believe whoever gets this gets the Ocean Soul. However, I'm not entirely sure because we cannot view the Dragon Egg.
I was thinking the same thing, but like yeah, like you mentioned, we're both having client issues,
Yeah,
so
I
not
believe
able
it's
to see the dragon points.
I believe it's 2 dragons for the side of Rock Solid and 3 for Apes Together Strong.
No, Rock Solid's gotten the last three. I think
Ooh.
big fight for Depression, trying to get his ultimate off. Resurrection does go down onto this Varus, has the GA also. Oh, no kills to come through yet. Oh man, Varus goes down.
Oh my god.
Oh man, there's so much going on. It looks like this is the fight for ATS, able to pick themselves up 3 members, turning onto the Drake.
Yeah, we
It,
talked about how. Yeah, we talked about how they have so much peel for bars, but it's so hard as an AD carry to peel or get peeled for when all these guys just flash onto you. You notice the Alawi, you notice the Olaf, both immediately brought themselves into melee range. And it looks like it was 3 dragons for Apes Together Strong, meaning they did get the Ocean Soul from this pickup, meaning all those grievous wounds are going to be all the more important for the side of Rock Solid.
oh, definitely. And Ping's coming out onto the Baron also.
Yeah, yeah. With these flashes being down, that could mean an easier team fight for Varus. Here, he is going to be selling his GA. What he's going to buy is another question entirely.
Oh man, ton of damage coming down. Already at half health for this Baron. We'll see if they're able to pressure at all, but Zach is nowhere close. This should just be a Baron going over. Okay, yeah, blue team will go ahead and pick up the Baron. ATS has the Baron, sitting at 40 minutes now.
Yeah, we are 40 minutes into Game 5 of this series. They have the Baron buff, they have the Ocean Soul. If there was a time to fight on the side of Apes Together Strong, the time is now. I still would say they do not have the flashes for the Alawi or for the Olaf, but I think with all this bonus stats and bonus healing they get from both of these buffs, they could definitely still win these fights despite not having the same advantages they had there in that last fight.
Yeah, it is definitely coming down to execution of these fights, who is where, and in the last fight that we saw around the Dragon Pit, it was definitely the best place for ATS to fight because there's so many little walls there for the tentacles to go on. Such a tight little corridor, especially to consider the Alawi ult in. Just got so much damage down. Got to slam the W over and over.
Absolutely. You know, Alawi is definitely one of those champions where it doesn't even matter if you have grievous wounds on them. Their healing is still going to be just out the front door. It could just be absolutely insane on some champions who don't have any kind of like for Death's Dance, it does have an area of effect reduction for its healing. However, the same cannot be said for Conqueror. That rune, very, very strong on champions like Alawi or Aatrox, or someone like Riven, honestly, who just has so much AoE spells and gets so much healing out of that rune. I really don't understand why it doesn't have an area of effect reduction, because it honestly just means if you're playing the Alawi, you're going to be hitting so many tentacles, healing so much, and like to have someone like the Varus empowered previous wounds on you and still being able to heal through that is absolutely
Right here, mid. Pops the Ragnarok, just trying to focus down this turret. Destroys the turret, but trades his life for it. This is a big fight. RS trying to get themselves away. Halos pops the ult on himself, but he doesn't go down. So that's a huge cooldown that's missing. Double kill goes over. Oh man, this should be the game going over for ATS as 3 members go down. 4 members still alive, and there's nothing that they can do to contest. They have the Baron buff, just waiting on more minions to move in, and I think this is the game for ATS.
I think so as well. They have the Baron empowered minions in the base. It is 2 to 4 right here, shoving
Flash
down
coming in onto AP, trying to get him down, trying to get 10ply down also. Passive not available for him, and this will just be them focusing on the tower, and this will be ATS claiming their spot in Game 5 and moving to the finals.
Yeah, really, really good adaptation right there from the side of Apes Together Strong. You saw that they were able to get so much use on the side of Rock Solid out of that Varus, and the fact that they were able to focus him down so well in these last 2 team fights really just speaks to their adaptation as a squad. Like, you just look at how this game turned out in the damage charts. You see Varus 40k damage almost more than double what anyone else in his team had. Meanwhile, Alawi, she won lane so hard and was able to shut out the Aatrox so effectively that she was able to just solo win those team fights for her own team. Honestly, I wish
Mm-hmm.
we would have talked about this guy more, but
Yeah, they pretty
honestly, like
much when an Alawi does the same amount of damage as a Varus, that's scary.
that is 100% scary. Either way, I really got to say, who would you say was the MVP of this series?
Ah, man. Let me look at. Honestly, I think Depression had great games pretty much every game. I think he had the one game where he didn't play as hot, but he had a really consistent performance pretty much every game.
I definitely got to agree with you there. Depression was a consistent, staple player for his team. The rest of these guys, Blinks did pretty well in the jungle, especially on those Zac in those earlier games. So I could be swayed to give it to him. I didn't see too many stellar performances from the bot lane on the side of the ATS. And Sean's Beard, he had one or two really good games on like Cassiopeia, especially earlier in the series, despite how long ago it
Hmm.
was. But
Yeah, definitely.
over here on the Syndra, uh, didn't he had one or two good stuns, but he didn't really make as many big plays for his team. So I agree with you. Depression, the way he put the team on his back here in the semifinals of Rampage Open and just hard carried from his comfort pick, I'll definitely give the MVP spot to him.
Yeah, he definitely did a good job.
Uh,
Yeah, just congratulations to ATS. Congratulations to Rock Solid too. It's just a great accomplishment to make it to the semifinals and take it to game 5, 40 minutes. Like they forced ATS to panic there. So definitely a good job to both teams, but GG to ATS. And we'll see them in the finals, I believe, next week.
I completely agree. We got anything else to do before we end this stream?
No, I think that'll sum it up for us tonight. Thanks again for joining me tonight, Danielson.
Yeah, thank you too, man.
Yep. And for Hey It's Me, for Risen Esports, and for Danielson524, my name is Bump. Have a great night, everyone.
Peace.